Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Orange County School Board's work session, which has been scheduled for today, Tuesday, April 1st, 2025, for the purpose of discussing JIC, the Code of Student Conduct, and IT initiatives. The public will not have an opportunity to provide input during this work session because it's not a regularly scheduled school board meeting. No action will be taken, and there'll be no open public comment in which the public would normally be able to address the school board on relevant topics. So thank you nonetheless for joining us. Let me ask at the outset if everyone here would please silence your cell phones. Quick roll call. I see that, well, we have is Member Salamanca? We have everyone but Member Salamanca present. And I want to thank the board for being here. Both of these issues are really important to all of us. To my fellow board members and any members of staff that will be speaking, please make sure to use your microphone. Make sure it's turned on and speak really, really close into it so that our YouTube and Orange TV viewers can hear you clearly. Again, thank you everyone for being here for our meeting, and we will now pause for a moment of silence, and then I'll invite you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And now for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Dr. Vasquez, I am going to turn the meeting over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome back. I think this is our first meeting after spring break, so super excited that we're into the last 9 weeks, and with that comes our opportunity to revisit our Code of Student Conduct. And so this is the first work session that we are having. We have had opportunities for our community to give input, as well as for the board to share some of the things that they want to see revised. We have our incredible team that is here, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Demiki Joyner, and she will introduce her team.
Good morning. Good morning, school board members, Dr. Vasquez. I have here Akiva Haynes, the attorney that supports student discipline, and I also have Delilah Hernandez, who's a member of our team. She's one of the area administrators. But I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hayes to talk about policy JIC to start us off.
Good morning, Chair, board members, Superintendent Vasquez. We did not make any changes to policy JIC because there was not any legislative changes, so there are no current changes to the policy itself.
Member Ferrant, did you want to comment on this?
I did want to see how we can, I know we had a speaker last school board meeting regarding acts of hate that are happening on school grounds, and wanted to see how we can include that within the policy as either its own section, like its own, how would you say that, disciplinary action? Offense. But I do think we need to have something in writing so that if we ever do have another incident like happened at LBV, where a student took an Israeli flag, put red handprints on it, and hung it up for classmates to see, I think that needs to have a specific action. Because if that happened to any flag, to any community group, I think, to me, it's targeting, and I think students need to understand that that's inappropriate, and we don't tolerate that kind of action on campuses.
Thank you, Member Ferrant. If I can speak to this as well. in looking at our Code of Student Conduct and in talking to our general counsel, we do actually, I didn't realize, but we do identify hate speech as an offense. However, when I looked at, and it might be the version I was looking at in BoardDocs, but it lists kind of the table of contents, and it says hate speech, and I forget it's on like page 31, but when I went to that page was blank. So it might be that there was something wrong with the online version. But in addition, the only other place I saw it mentioned was in a student wearing clothing and a list of things that the clothing can't depict, and hate speech was one of them. I think there are a couple things I'd like to see. One, I think defining better what hate speech is, and also, most importantly, what the consequence of that offense is. So the way it would be treated now is, for instance, with the Israeli flag, it was treated as vandalism because we don't have, it's not listed in our matrix, if you will, as a standalone offense. If it had created a campus-wide disruption, it would have been treated as a campus-wide disruption offense. But I could easily see a situation where neither of, it didn't trigger any of those, because perhaps a student or a group of students made some statement, I don't know, came up with a song, whatever it might be, and very hurtful and troubling to our population, any group, obviously not just our Jewish population, but whatever the case might be. And it's reported, and deans take immediate action. They bring it all to a halt. And so it never really triggered a campus-wide disruption or some other thing that it would fall under. But the impact is still the same. So I think it's important to me. I think it's important to all of our communities. I think it's important to all of us that we have consequences for things that we say we don't tolerate. And I think we have a zero tolerance associated with it. I need to check with the superintendent. But when we say that, again, I think we just need to work on improving, beefing up, clarifying, and having meaningful consequences. So that, for me, is the only real focus that I have this year on the code. And I want to thank Ms. Spector for bringing this to our attention, because honestly, I didn't hear about it any other way, and I wouldn't know about it, and I wouldn't realize that we had an area of our code that needs enhancing and improving. So with that, let me call on Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Member Front bringing it up. And I think the issue that, because I spoke to General Counsel when this happened, and my question after I spoke to the discipline team was, why was this not considered a hate crime or hate speech? Because that is in our code of conduct in a section. But the way it was explained to me is the reason this did not qualify as hate speech is because it was identified as political speech, and political speech is, different than hate speech. That is where I think the distinction was in this, and that is where I think we need better definition, because we've had other examples of this. This is a very political issue that I think, and I've talked to the superintendent about this, our students don't fully understand. They're only getting what they're hearing on, Instagram, or, they're not getting the full story and the full lesson behind what, how hurtful and painful these things are. And so, since this is such a political issue, I think that kids are saying things and doing things that they think they believe is the right thing, but they don't understand the consequences of what they're saying has on the other people. So that is where I think we need to have a discussion and figure out the consequence level. You know, if is our goal to teach these children what the history and what those handprints on that flag, which is what she emailed us about, were so hurtful to them? Or is it, this is considered a form of hate, and to this group of people, this is considered a group of hate, and we need to have stronger discipline. So we need a discussion there, but that was where I understood it was the discipline team identified it as, with general counsel or with our legal team, that it was political speech, and so it was protected. Am I correct on that? Okay, thank you.
Marini?
Sorry, just getting it closer to me. That's correct. So, as I've discussed with some of you, and I guess this will probably be the best time to go into it now. Students have First Amendment protections when they come into the schoolhouse gate. And so what happens is when a student makes a statement, now it could be a very controversial statement, like this one was. And I'm not going to go into the particulars of it, because I still think that student who was disciplined has their privacy rights here. But it was a very controversial statement that they made. And under the case law that comes down, students don't lose their First Amendment right when they enter the schoolhouse gate. And there's a case called Tinker versus Des Moines. That's from the United States Supreme Court. And they said pretty expressly that any departure from absolute regimentation may cause trouble. Any variation from the majority's opinion may inspire fear. Any words spoken in class, in the lunchroom, or on campus that deviates from the views of another person may start an argument or cause a disturbance. But our Constitution says we must take that risk. And our history says that is the sort of hazardous freedom, the kind of openness that is the basis of our national strength and the independence and vigor of Americans who grow up and live in this relatively permissive, often disputatious society. And then it goes on to talk about when you can take action against speech. And what the court said there was, in order for the state and the person of school officials to justify prohibition of a particular expression or opinion, it must be able to show that its action was caused by something more than a mere desire to avoid the discomfort and unpleasantness that always accompanies an unpopular viewpoint. Certainly where there is no finding and no showing that engaging in the forbidden conduct would materially and substantially interfere with the requirements of appropriate discipline in the operation of school, the prohibition cannot be sustained. That's the substantial disruption requirement in the law. And so part of the reason why, when we were looking at this candidly, was based upon our information and the statements, this flag was up for approximately one class period. It did not cause a wide disruption of campus discipline. It did not cause, fights. It didn't cause a riot. It didn't cause any of this. And the chair and I have had this discussion that, our folks fortunately found it before it became disruptive, right? But because it didn't become disruptive, we as an institution under the First Amendment can't take action against that child's speech. Now, some folks that saw this thought it was speech that was hateful. And let me be clear, when I saw it, I did not think it was an appropriate way for somebody to express it. I think there's more appropriate ways in a civil society to voice the political opinion that was behind it. But the courts have said, look, speech gets protection, even speech that's unpopular, even speech that makes people upset, that gets protection under the First Amendment. Kids have First Amendment rights, and to the extent it does not cause disruption, schools have a hard time taking action against that. We even had the most recent case, you guys may have heard about it, a couple years ago in front of the Supreme Court. It was the cursing cheerleader. And she was the one who cursed on Instagram. It was outside of school. But the school said it caused substantial disruption. And one of the things that the court analyzed was, well, what was the substantial disruption? And it appeared like it was a topic of conversation for 5 or 10 minutes a couple days in algebra class. And the court said that does not qualify as the kind of substantial disruption that would allow you to take action against what would otherwise be protected speech. So I understand from one end of it, the folks on the Jewish side, the Israeli side, believe that it's hateful speech. On the other end of this, it was a student who thought, and the student statements, I'm not going into the particulars of it, but it was indicated in those statements that it was a political speech. And from that standpoint, in looking at the law and looking at the fact that there was a lack of substantial disruption, we in the legal department, and it wasn't just myself, it was Ms. Haynes, it was Sarah Kopesky who does our code, we all had a group discussion about this, and we all came to the determination collectively that we did not think that there was a substantial disruption that would justify, taking action against the students' speech, the nature of the speech. Now, obviously, the flag was up in the school. It was being displayed by the school. It was vandalized. We felt comfortable taking action on that basis. But as for the content of the speech, we thought that was political. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Palmerini, for that explanation. I would argue a couple of things. Number one, it was the destruction of a flag. It was defacing of a flag that is sacred to Israel. That would be like defacing our American flag. I wonder if we would have treated it the same if someone would have burned it. Hang on, I'm not done. And I would also argue that why there wasn't a campus-wide disruption, because it was found within the hour, there was a large disruption after the fact on social media, and then it was brought to the board. So there has been a disruption, maybe not at the school, but in our community. And as we move forward, I mean, I see the hate speech, and it's not just with the Jewish community, it's with several different marginalized communities. Not that the Jewish community is marginalized, I'm not saying that. I was referring to LGBTQ. Online, and it's awful. Like, people feel that they could just come and spew their hate and their misinformation and their knowledge, and I feel like that is something that we can't allow in our schools, and that even though we may not have deemed that hate speech, I promise you that our Jewish students felt fear, they were afraid, and we should not have an environment where every student doesn't feel safe to attend school. So I believe that, I know that the child is sorry. Kids, their brain isn't fully functioning. We all know that. God knows I raised two. But we have to put some stronger parameters in place just to say, hey, this is not acceptable. We will not allow hate speech. We will not allow destruction of property. We will not allow you to place hands on anything that others may find sacred. Like, we just have to draw a line in the sand, and we have to do it. And if we do it through the student code of conduct, where we can be a little bit more strong without violating the First Amendment. I get what you're saying about First Amendment, but I think the minute that someone touched a flag and defaced it and destroyed it with the meaning that some perceived behind it, I think that went from First Amendment to hate. And I feel like it should have been handled in that manner. So any kind of language that we could put into the student comment or student code of conduct to kind of shore up that gap, I would be appreciated. And with that, please, Mr. Palmerini.
Absolutely, Mr. Palmerini, you're recognized.
It would help if I turn it on. With respect to the American flag, the United States Supreme Court has held that defacing the American flag is constitutionally protected First Amendment speech. So, yes, that would have been the same answer on that. Yeah. With respect, I want to make sure that I'm speaking clearly here, too. There is, I think, action that we can take on the basis of speech that is actual hate speech that causes a disruption. And I don't want to leave the impression that I don't think we can do it. These cases are all very dicey from a First Amendment standpoint. It just is, because it takes looking at all the facts and circumstances surrounding it and saying, okay, did this child engage in a violation of the code of conduct? The answer is yes. And clearly here the answer was yes, because we had a flag that was the property, or at least in the possession of the school, that had been defaced. right? So we did take action with respect to the defacing of the flag. The extra step here that goes beyond the vandalism to the flag is there another penalty for whether or not the speech is actually hate speech versus whether it's protected political opposition? And drawing a line on that and putting language in that is going to create a bright line is going to be very difficult from a constitutional standpoint. We're going to have to look at every case individually. I understand where the board's coming from, and I think our staff understands where the board's coming from with respect to if it's stuff that causes a disruption within the community that makes part of our community feel, hatred, marginalized, you all want to take action to the extent you can. And I think it's going to be hard to draft language particularly on that. I think the one thing in having a discussion with the chair is we have it in the code, but we don't have it in the consequence in either level 3 or level 4. In the email that I sent you all last night, I think it was Duval and Seminole County that had it within the consequences of their code of conduct. So I think it's appropriate, if the board wanted to do it, is to put it in, and I leave this up to you all as the policymakers, whether it's a level 3 or level 4, for actual hate speech that we can establish. I think that would be appropriate. But the determination of whether or not it's going to be hate speech is going to be the hard call going forward, and that's going to be a case-by-case analysis.
All right, if I can ask, I think that the board members that want to be recognized are all on this topic. If anybody's on another topic, I would ask that we just focus on this, and then we'll get to other topics. So next up, Member Douglas.
Yes, I just wanted to restate it, that we are about kids. We are about educating the students and make sure that they're safe in our schools and they don't feel fear. And this event that happened, this incident that happened, caused fear, I'm sure. Coming from another country myself, I can even imagine going to France and having the American flag defaced or put prints on it or anything like that. Immediately, I would feel fear. And I really believe that we do need some stringent rules to make sure that this event never happens again. And it's not about only Jewish, it's all the flags. We want to restate it because all our students matter. And we just want to make sure that they receive an education in a safe environment where they feel like they can express themselves in a way that is positive. So that's my take on that.
Thank you, Member Douglas. Member Vanos, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Douglas, I think that's such a great point, that this expands beyond just one group of people, but that all of our students deserve to feel protected in school. Also wanted to just highlight something that our attorney said, which I find interesting, that unpopular speech gets protection as long as it doesn't cause disruption in our schools. I hope this applies to everything, including books sitting on shelves in our libraries. But would also like to make a point that I think if we create a definition for what hate speech is, and if I can have this conversation, if I can ask a question, can we, whatever the action that has been taken, can we then have a more severe consequence if it's based on an act of hate? So, for example, I think that's what you're getting to. So, if there's a disruption, if there's fighting, if there's bullying, if there's vandalism, if there's destruction of property in some way, that there's a consequence for that action. But if the root of that action is based on an act of hate, then that can be elevated. Then the consequence can be elevated. Is that what you're saying?
May I, Madam Chair?
You recognize Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. Yes, I believe that is something that we can do, because even we were looking at this, and I looked at the criminal statute that talked about, when crimes can get elevated on the basis of hate speech protected characteristic, and the court says if you target somebody because of that protected characteristic, you can elevate a criminal penalty, because that's in statute 775.085. So you could say, let's say I'll just use vandalism. Quite frankly, no, let me not use that. Let me use fighting, right? So say you had a student, start a fight with another student, and you later come to find out that student says, I didn't like them because they were African American, and that's why I chose them to fight with. I think under the criminal standard, not that I was saying using the criminal standard, but I'm using it as an example, I think you could escalate what would otherwise be maybe a level 3 into a level 4. And I think that would be permissible. Now, the opposite is if you don't have evidence that the person was targeted because of that protected characteristic, you may not be able to elevate that. So the example in the Florida Supreme Court case that I researched on this issue was it was actually somebody who started a fight with another person, and during the course of the fight started referring to them by derogatory names, and it happened to be a Jewish person that they were saying derogatory names about them being Jewish. And the court said, if it comes out during the pendency of some sort of action, but you didn't target that person because they were African American, Jewish, then that's not an enhancement. But if you have evidence that they targeted them because they were African American, Jewish, Hispanic, whatever, then you can enhance it. So again, I know I'm saying a fact-specific inquiry quite a lot today, but it would be a fact-specific inquiry.
Right. I mean, which I think is appropriate because on the other side of this is First Amendment rights. And so those are important too. And so I think it's always going to be but I think that's okay. It's hard. This is just a hard area of law to navigate to make sure that everyone's constitutional rights are protected and everyone's, civil rights are protected, and that schools are a place for all of our students where they feel welcome. So I think that's okay. And I don't think it's a reason not to move forward and to include it. But I also think that a really important piece of this is the education piece, so that our students and our teachers and our administrators know what hate speech is and what is political speech and what is hate speech and what's allowed and what's not allowed. Of course, it would be great if our teachers felt comfortable being able to have these kind of conversations in the classroom. I don't think they do, which is really unfortunate. But I think we need to find a way, if we're going to incorporate this into our code of conduct, that everyone understands exactly what it means, which I also think is important just for behaviors of children, to understand how these words and how these actions can be so hurtful to people, and maybe not everyone understands that. So I think the education piece is a really, really important part. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me dovetail on that for just a moment. I'm up next. In terms of a teachable moment, I would take it one step further, because in this particular case, I think there was an opportunity, regardless of how you define it, I think there was an opportunity to communicate why this was hurtful. And regardless of what else you want to call it, it was hurtful. I think it could rise, if not this, I think if you understand what those hands on the flag mean, I think it borders on terror. So I want you to kind of respond, if you would, in a minute to when does speech cross over the line and create terror, and how much do we have to know the intent of the human being when the outcome is somebody feels terror. And this family, both of their sons have felt that, and by any of our standards, that's just not okay. So at a minimum, what I would have wanted to see is the message from the school explaining what happened, and not who did it, but what happened and why that was so painful. And that in itself, I think, would have gone miles for me, and I think for the students impacted by that, and the students causing that, and other students who saw it, to go, oh man, that was a really, really horrible thing that happened in 2000. And for anybody to in any way suggest that it's okay is extremely hurtful. So we don't always have to have consequences for kids to have consciences. And so that would be a first step, and I don't think that's in the code of conduct. I think that's just kind of in the behavior and expectations that we embed in our schools and everyone in our district. So that was one thought that I had in just what's possible without any debate over what's legal when it comes to defining hate speech. A couple other things, that came to mind is, swastika. I can't say that. Yeah. Would we see this differently if that were placed on the flag? You're gonna respond to that, but is that some sort of political statement? I mean, I hate to go there, but I think we may have a high-ranking political figure who might have said that there was something positive about Hitler. So perhaps that's protected. I don't know where that line is drawn. It seems to me that part of that line is intent, and I struggle with. I'm going to argue with the Supreme Court, but what the heck? But intent doesn't. The fact that somebody doesn't intend to hurt somebody doesn't mean they haven't hurt somebody. And something that doesn't cause a campus-wide disruption right now doesn't trigger much. I know we're talking about changing that, but I had a flashback as we were talking about the student. We have some new board members, but we had a student who I think the student was expelled because they caused a campus-wide disruption, and several of us on the board felt like it was an unintended. The student got into a fight. There was a lot of background, but it was like he hit one kid, and then a bunch of kids came to the defense of the one, and the next thing you know, there was an all-out brawl, and it got so out of hand that they had to, what's the word? Kind of a lockdown, so that no changing of classes until they got a handle on it. I think most of the board felt like that was not what the student was intending to do, but the student was disciplined because it resulted in something they didn't intend. So I go back to thinking about that and thinking that if it's all about intent, which is where I know I was and several of us were, that was not that student's intent, but we saddled them with the same consequence, then in this case, even if it wasn't that student's intent, but if it created terror and it created other things that might have triggered a different response, I still think, again, it's a teachable moment to make sure kids understand what their actions mean and the fallout of those actions. You brought up the issue of books, and so I kind of struggle as well with if a student's having a pornographic conversation. You're going to please speak to that for a moment, but the other thing that comes to my mind is the issue of what are we trying to encourage and discourage, and isn't it our place to discourage behavior, whether it meets any standard or not, and how do we do that in a way that we can legally defend? And I think there's times, and this board has done that, where we may be on a weak legal leg, but sometimes we've decided to take a stand because the stand was worth taking. Put the superintendent in an awful position, but and I'm not suggesting that we need to do that in this case. I think there are other things that we can do to improve this moving forward. Mr. Palmerini, you're recognized.
Okay, so a couple things. With respect to the swastika, first, I think that probably goes over the line of being hate speech, because I think the symbol has become so widely known as being anti-Jewish coming out of World War II and how the Nazis utilized that symbol, and how the Nazis, participated in the extermination of what was it, 6 million Jewish folks in World War II. So I think that symbol would widely be considered and held by the courts to be hate speech. Although, funny enough, in the Tinker case, just as an aside, the court noted that they banned black armbands in protest of the Vietnam War, but the school district didn't ban swastikas. So they noted that as a sort of an aside, like one of those is not like the other. So, but I think now, over the passage of time, people would consider the swastika to be hate speech. With respect to pornographic speech, the Supreme Court's been very clear that indecent, lewd, or vulgar speech uttered during a school assembly on school grounds, but uttered on school grounds, is not something that has First Amendment protection. So that has been clearly demarcated by the Supreme Court. It was a case where a student was supporting his friend for student government and engaged in a bunch of pun speeches that were talking about male genitalia. And so the court, that got up to Supreme Court. Supreme Court said that's indecent, lewd, and vulgar speech, and that's prohibited. So again, Chair, you're looking at me like the Supreme Court is consistent on some of these things.
No, I'm not. I don't disagree with the court on that at all. I just am struggling with how I don't understand the logic behind that. And if the swastika has that same impact at the court level, this does too. Okay, the degree is definitely lesser, but right. The implication of that was horrible. I hope everybody is aware of what took place. But I mean, that was brutal. That was evil. That was.
So, but this, to me, this is, you're putting your finger on the hard part of the analysis, because on the side that you just enunciated, it was the incident in 2000 where a Jewish person was murdered by folks who were Palestinian, and they held bloody hands up to symbolize after they had committed the crime of murdering that Jewish person, right?
Because the crowd wanted them, they wanted to know that they were brutally killed. Yes.
I agree with the assertion.
And I mean, it was, a cheering moment
right.
of an attack.
So that's one basis of the symbolism there. The other basis of the symbolism and the other position that was asserted here was, we all know the events of October 7th, 2023, and how Israel was attacked, and they have now systematically gone about trying to respond to the attack against Hamas. And the folks who are Palestinian, who are in the Gaza Strip, think that Israel has not conducted itself appropriately in the conduct of that operation, including they think that they have been indiscriminate with respect to targeting women and children. Now, I don't agree with that assertion, but that's the other side of the political argument. And if you remember on this flag, I can't explain it without saying what was on it. It was the red handprints, but at the top, written in red, was, "For they were only peacekeepers." So that, on that end of it, is an argument that Israel has not conducted its operations appropriately. That's the hard part of this discussion, is one side will view what's on there one way, the other side will view it diametrically opposed, and then to the extent we take action against one person under the First Amendment, they could come back and sue us. And to be clear here, we got a demand letter with respect to the student who was threatening, who we were going to discipline here, saying that we think you're targeting him because of his First Amendment rights, and if you take action against us, we'll sue you. And so this is the situation that we're going to be in. These are very fine lines to draw. And depending on which side of the line you come on, somebody may claim that their First Amendment right has been violated. And as I'm sure you all would guess, First Amendment litigation in a federal court is very expensive. There's no caps on damages. And so that is a difficult place for us to be.
Member Farrat?
This is a great discussion. I think any way you look at it, there's always going to be two sides to every story. There's always two sides to everything. I think if it were Up to me, I would put the golden rule in every classroom, and I would ensure that we're teaching that to every child in Orange County Public Schools, that we would do unto others as we would ask them to do to us. And that's really what it comes down to, that we would want to be treated with the same respect and kindness. And so I think for me, I don't really know what happened as far as the discipline or how things were handled. I would love to see that the student who caused the chaos was brought into a room with students from the Jewish community, and they were able to sit down and say, let's look at what happened. You feel frustrated by what's going on in a country that you're not in right now, and you're hearing about all this, and it creates rage and all this stuff. But what you did today was hurtful to this entire community. And how does that make you, did that help your case? Did that help you? Did that make you feel better? No. In fact, you're getting disciplined for it, and it caused harm to, emotional harm to a whole group of people. And so how can we move forward and work differently? I think there just needs to be to me, it's very complicated. I think what frustrates me is it's like I feel like the district always has this fear of getting sued, and I understand that it is an interesting topic because it's First Amendment. But I would like to see something, even if it was a level 3, where a student does have the acts of hate, or is this something we can put under bullying? If it's not something that's an ongoing thing, I don't know if it's technically bullying, then it is more of an act of hate. So I don't know what the board feels on that. I think we need to have something where it's better defined and principals understand it. And then I think also really educating our students and helping them understand, even if you are, you're watching these things you're watching Reels and you're watching YouTube and you're watching the news, and things really can boil your blood. But when you take that and you bring it into school and now you're causing harm in school, that's a whole different ballgame. Same thing goes for parents. We have parents that they might be having a dispute outside of school. They come on campus and they're discussing the dispute. They are told, hey, this isn't the place. This isn't the time or place. We're not doing that here. And so I think students need to also be aware that this is not the time or place to be causing some sort of disruption in the way that it was handled like this. I do think it's complicated. To me, it's not complicated, but to the law and whatnot, I feel like legal stuff, it seems more complicated. To me, it's just, let's be kind to others and do to others what we would like them to do to us. So personally, I think it would be nice to have a new offense that would be acts of hate. And it would be something where we would define that more, whether it's vandalizing property and or speech, whatever it might be. But at the same point, then it's how do we define that? And to one person, it might feel like we live in kind of an offended culture where everybody's offended by everything. So, at what point, what is the line that we play? So if we do not put that in, then we do need to have more of a clear definition of, whether that goes under bullying. Can there be several? Like in this case, I think it should have been a bullying, vandalism, disruption. Can we have a partial disruption? Anyways. Those are my thoughts.
Almost disruption, circumvented. So let me call on the superintendent. I think she's leaning in. And then Mr. Palmerini, I want one of you all to respond to the bullying.
So you're accurate that bullying has to be more than one occurrence. So it would not fall, with this particular incident, would not fall under that category. Excuse me, Madam Chair, was it just in response to her comment or to, because I had buzzed in. I just want to make sure how far to make my comments.
If you're on this topic?
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. Wanted to hear from you, yes.
So, this was a horrible event that took place. And what I want to ensure that is clear to our board, that we can add acts of hate, we can add the consequence to it. What I need for each of you to understand is the intent and how we are able to assert what that intent is. If it's political speech, it is still protected. So regardless of whether you have that in the code, it is still protected. And that's what I'm not, I think some of you understand that, but I want to make sure that all of you get that piece of it. And that's what's so difficult in this case, is that the intent that the student who committed the offense asserts that it was political. And that was part of his statement. I'm not saying that's accurate or not, but that's where the rubber meets the road in this situation and anything moving forward that is similar in nature. So it doesn't matter if we have it in the code, because originally this was coded as a hate crime. And then as the investigation evolved, it was determined it was not. In fact, my understanding is even the school resource officer asserted that it was not. And so I don't want you to believe that just because we have this offense, if someone asserts it's political in nature, that we would be able to violate their First Amendment rights. I do think it's an excellent idea that we do more on the education side. I love the idea of a PSA where our students understand what it is when you're talking political speech, hate speech, how what you may perceive to be political in nature can be very offensive and very hurtful. And I think if we have some of our students that produce those and we show them throughout the year, it's not just as part of our rollout of the code of conduct at the beginning of the year, that's going to go a long way. And maybe that is also something that our own student advisory council may want to take on for next year, is, looking at, being kind, being respectful of others, being more understanding of the differences, because we are so different and we all have gifts that we bring to the table. But I just want to make sure that our staff has the right direction, which my understanding is we need something with acts of hate, but that you understand the political speech aspect of it doesn't change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Superintendent. And that was what I was going to say, was that even if, no matter what we have in the code, that was not the issue here. The issue was it was not identified as hate speech. It was identified as political speech. And this is an argument that I've had with General Counsel and Superintendent, mostly with General Counsel, no offense, John, for a couple years now, because since this incident, since everything has been going on overseas, we had a very similar situation at a high school where a student journalist wrote an article, political article, about what was going on overseas, but there were things in there that were misinformed and were interpreted very hate-filled by the Jewish community. And I spoke with rabbis about it. We went through a lot of work around this, and it was the same thing, that this student was protected to say her viewpoint on the events happening over there, because what's happening is political, and this is what she felt. This is how she felt about what was happening over there. But our whole argument there was that there needed to be more education. We all came down to the bottom line is there needs to be more education about the history of these countries and it's so much deeper than what these kids in this generation are hearing and getting on social media. And this is an argument we've even had in our own household with our own daughters, because it's all they're hearing on social media. And so it's really almost like a deprogramming that has to be done. So my other comment I have is we do require education on our code of conduct and counseling for drug offenses. We have the Back on Track program. Why can we not have the same exact consequence for this situation and required education course through the Holocaust Center? They have, because they have all of this education that talks about everything, like even what Member Ferrant says about treating other people. And it's very, very clear about the history of the countries and also how your actions affect other people. And they have so many wonderful resources. So I would like to see that as one of our responses. And I don't know how. Now, my only issue with that is that then it opens up, well, do we have a required education course for LGBTQ kids that, if there's speech that comes out against that, or, African Americans, or all the different group things. You could have many of them different, but I definitely would recommend that. This student, the other student that we talked about, we did actually set that student up with meetings with the rabbi and everything, so she understood. But I think that that's really important. So, and I don't know how we answer it, because you're right. It's very fine line, and but I personally believe that regardless of intent, the effect on the people should matter. It just should. Thank you.
Superintendent, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We absolutely can incorporate that into those offenses. And we can also add a caveat to that if they refuse, because, they can refuse that consequence, then we elevate it to the next level. And we have resources both within the district and within the community that we can put together programming for those that we have seen targeted, and then that becomes part of whatever the consequence. It doesn't have to be the only. It may be, you get a suspension and this and that, and it would be packaged, but the educational piece would be the one that triggers it continuing to be the lower level, and then if not, it's elevated to a level 4. That's a great idea.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair. A couple of, I think, closing thoughts for me on this. There is one concern that I have that has been mentioned several times, that that we teach students the difference between political speech and hate speech, and that be part of the dialogue and discussion. And the reason I would love to see us focus around what words you use and how they affect people. And that while you might be wanting to vent your anger at what is happening between a government or a political leader and what your students, your neighbors, are responsible for. And those are two entirely different things. And that's where we're seeing the problems throughout the country, is that there's so much anger. And even when we teach history, we're kind of like reinforcing these are the reasons that our countries are fighting. And looking back at the problems of the past can kind of, I think, give people a sense of, I'm right, see what happened, okay? Like, my father's German, and there's a part of me that's like, should I be walking around feeling responsible for what Hitler did? When there is actually a part of me that is really troubled by slavery in this country, but I don't really think I have any ownership over what Hitler did. So bringing all of that past history and a whole dialogue about the wars between different countries might not actually reduce the temperature. I'm afraid it might increase it. And I also I want to make sure that we're not teaching our kids how to get away with something. So if you want to say something and you want to attack the students in this school because they're Jewish or because they're Palestine or because they're African American, whatever, if you want to attack them because that's what you feel in your heart, that you hate them, then if we tell them the right words to use so that it's political speech, I just am worried about teaching our students how to get away with it. So the approach that Member Ferrant took about just get back to the basics. How do you want to be treated? Treat people the way you want to be treated. And surprisingly enough, most of the time, they'll treat you the same way back. That simple message and the message that don't hold somebody accountable for something they have no responsibility for. I mean, it's that simple. And the other thing that comes to mind is the pledge. I know Dr. Vasquez and I have been a part of the pledge. I'm sure most of the board members have signed on. But the whole approach that they've taken, and maybe we can bring Mr. Ginsburg and Mr. Hunter. Perhaps we could bring them in, and they could maybe have conversations with our principals and have some sort of an opportunity for them to talk about the way that they're trying to go about creating a responsibility to stand up, but in a way that isn't attacking. It's standing up for making sure we're all being fair to each other. It's not standing up for this side or standing up for that side. It's standing up for being kind and understanding. So just another thought. The entire effort is very serious and very sincere. And those two individuals, I think, if given an opportunity, would find a way to also help. With that, let me recognize Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love the idea of having some of the, I guess, founders of the Central Florida Pledge, whatever we call it, to come in and speak. And I know every time we talk about speakers, superintendent's thinking, this is instructional time, taking away more of my instructional time. But the reality is that if we have a school environment where our students where we're not having to spend time with discipline and disruptions and all of these sorts of things, our students are learning better. So it's something I would support, and something I hear, and that we've heard actually in our student town hall last week, which was students are done with videos. They're done with resiliency videos. They want to hear actual speakers come in and talk to them about the things that impact them. So I think that's a really, really good idea. Going back to, I guess I don't know where we are right now. Are we saying that we are going to make hate speech part of the code or the policy, or are we saying that we can use it as an enhancer? I'm not sure where we are, so I'm not even sure how to go about this conversation.
Okay, I think where the board is on this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we would like to make sure all hate speech is listed, but it's not assigned as an offense and a consequence, that there should be. And there should be some sort of a definition of what hate speech is. But I think Mr. Palmerini and the superintendent's point is that regardless of what we write, if the action of a student doesn't meet the legal definition, then it's not hate speech. It's not going to be treated that way. But right now, even if it does, we don't have any clear consequences. We don't, to say, here's where you fall. If it doesn't trigger major campus disruption or something else, it doesn't fall. So it needs to have a place, it needs to have a definition, and it needs to have a consequence. And then beyond whether or not it meets it, there be another effort of communication when something like this happens, an opportunity to explain, an education portion. And I think it was Vice Chair who brought up the idea of there being kind of an alternative option also for help me out, Superintendent, how to describe that.
So, and staff can take this and tweak it, but it's almost like we could have something that's a level 3 that is defined hate speech, and that comes with, well, no, I don't know that I can do a level 3 hate speech, because isn't that, right, we could do acts of hate, because if it's determined to be hate speech, that's a crime. So I'm backtracking. So we could have something that is acts of hate, level 3, and that comes with an educational component. And if they refuse the educational component, then it could be elevated to a level 4. So it would be separate from hate speech. We can also pull out hate speech and put that as a single offense, not embedded in the narrative, for a level 4, so that it meets what some of you have said, that we want it to be clearly defined and separate. It'd still be level 4. So that's what I have surmised from the conversation the board has had.
Can I ask you to clarify one thing,
Yes.
just for the benefit of the public? You kind of paused and you I don't remember verbatim, but you either said hate speech or you said acts of hate, and then you said, what, not that, because it's a crime. Explain what you meant by that.
And I'm going to defer to
That's-
the council, but if it is hate speech, that is a crime, and when that's reported to the SRO, that begins an entire process. Acts of hate are not necessarily criminal in nature, and so that would be the separate category that this particular incident that you are referring to may have fallen into, although I go back to the fact that it was determined it was political speech. So that's the difference. And again, I bring back that in the situation that brought us here, it was brought to the SRO's attention, and the SRO determined that it was not, because if it had been hate speech, there would have been an arrest. Am I correct?
Yes. So, Madam Chair, may I?
Please, Mr. Palmer,
So-
please explain, because all of us are wondering about acts of crime or acts of hate are not a criminal. And so help us.
So it's funny, the State versus Stadler is the Florida Supreme Court case that I looked up on the penalty enhancement, because what the statute is, hate crimes is sort of a misnomer. Under the statute, people colloquially refer to hate crimes. The statute actually is evidencing prejudice while committing an offense, reclassification. So, but colloquially, and it's known as a hate crime when you enhance the penalty under the criminal statutes. What the superintendent is saying is she wants to stay away from anything that's associated from criminal language within the code. So what she's saying is, correct me if I'm wrong, that acts of hate doesn't colloquially refer to the criminal statute, so she wants to use that in our code of conduct rather than language that could be associated with a criminal statute.
Because that gives us the ability to take action. If we use the other term, it's taken out of our hands and in.
Yeah, hate crimes, let me read that again. Evidencing prejudice while committing an offense, that's something that the SRO is going to be the one who determines. They're going to say, let's say it's a fight, and that would be probably either a first-degree misdemeanor or a third-degree felony. And let's say that the fight was caused because, they were targeting somebody on the basis of their race or their national origin. The SRO could then say, I'm enhancing the charge up from the first-degree misdemeanor up to the third-degree felony because I think it was caused by bias. That's what's done by the SRO or law enforcement. That's separate and apart from what we do under the Code of Conduct.
Okay, Member Felder.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually wasn't done. I had one more thing.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. This was referenced. It does tie in, but we can talk about it later if it doesn't tie in enough. But that dress code piece where it talks about hate speech on clothing, how is that tying into? How is that going to tie into this? And should we? Yeah.
It's in as a violation of the dress code if somebody wears hate speech, but again, that's going to be a case-by-case determination as to what it is. I feel fairly comfortable if somebody rolls in with a swastika shirt, that we're going to find that is a violation of the dress code, and that somebody's wearing an article of hate on their clothing. But that's going to be a case-by-case determination on the basis of what we see on the article of clothing.
And what's the consequence of violating the dress code?
Oh, I think is that a level 2? I think. Don't give me a second. Mickey Joyner obviously knows that better than me, so I'm going to defer to her.
It's going to be a level 1 or a level 2. It depends on how many times they have violated dress code.
So I think there's a discrepancy there too that we should look at if we're with respect to hate speech, if that's a level 1 or level 2.
Dr. Vasquez?
So if they wear it once and we indicate you need to, take that off, it's a level 1. If they wear it more than that, if they come back a second time, it would be a level 2. And I'm assuming if it happens more, then they elevate that to a higher offense where they are not following.
So our dress code comes from state statute, and so does the consequences. So if we're talking about violating dress code, it's going to be a 1 or a 2. It won't go beyond a 2. You would have to code it something else.
Okay, I'm going to give a situation that might annoy you, but let's just say that we had 100 kids come in to make by wearing some type of swastika or Nazi, something on their shirts. We're just saying that's a level 1.
Yeah, not necessarily. If it causes a disruption, then it gets elevated. But if it's one's child that has and I'll give an example that goes way back, probably 10 years, if not a little bit more. We had a situation at East River High School where there was a situation with a flag at a pep rally, and they were told that it was causing a disruption, so they took the flags. And then there was a counter because some of the students at that time wore clothing that had the Confederate flag, and nothing happened to those students. And so when it depends on what happens as a result of what they are wearing. Typically, and thank goodness we don't have a lot of it, but if they're wearing something that's inappropriate, if it causes a disruption, it gets elevated. But if there is no disruption, they're just told, you can't wear that. Here's a shirt, or a call, and have somebody bring you something different.
This is the part I'm struggling with, but I'll let my other board member speak. Thank you.
All right, Member Felder.
I've listened to board members, and this has been a quite interesting discussion, and it needs to be, we need to discuss it, and I don't think that we're going to readily solve this very quickly, because one of the things that I'm concerned with is people develop their thoughts or their opinions based on what they've been taught, of what they've seen, of what they've experienced. And we can't control people's understanding of what they understand about situations, whether it's online, whether it's from their parents, whether it's on television. But because we are an entity that is in the business of educating, we must allow students that freedom to educate them, and then we do the best that we can to present the best evidence so they can come to a conclusion. But even if we curtail, and what we try to do is when they become productive adult citizens, we're hoping that what we've impressed upon them will generate to them becoming wonderful adults. But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it works in the opposite, and we can no longer control that. And I don't want, and I'm not going to allow myself to get bogged down with people's, children's, or parents' interpretation of what they understand. Because I would spend I don't have that kind of time. My time is too precious because that's all I got. So I'll do my best as an educator to facilitate the learning, but then I have to leave that up to you how you interpret it. One of the things that Board Member Vanos talked about, and I think it's kind of other board members said something about the dress code. I'm just going to share an incident that happened years ago, and I'm sure the code of conduct has probably changed since then. It was when I was teaching at Dr. Phillips. The students had a shirt that said it's a black thing and you won't understand it. And on the shirt was Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Harriet Tubman, Oprah Winfrey, Nelson Mandela, Toussaint, and Marcus Garvey, and Rosa Parks. So one of the APs told the student to go to the office, and that the shirt that he had on was offensive. And being the teacher that I was in those days, I said, "What happened?" And say, "Well, I'm getting suspended because I'm wearing this shirt." So I said, "Who made the shirt?" And he said, "Some people made it." So I talked to a couple of teachers of color at Dr. Phillips and said, the children are getting suspended for wearing this shirt. And they said, "What?" And I asked the little boy, I said, "Well, listen, how much these shirts cost?" He said, $18 or $12. I said, "Okay, come to my room tomorrow, and I want you to buy me a shirt. Several of us going to buy shirts." I said, "On Friday, we're going to wear them. We're going to wear them with you." So on Friday, we wore the shirts. And AP that suspended the student said to me, "Miss Felder, why are you wearing that shirt?" I said, "I'm so glad you asked." "What do you mean it's a black thing? I won't understand." I said, "Exactly." I said, "If you know history, there's no way that Elijah Muhammad would have a meeting with Oprah Winfrey, with Sojourner Truth, with Marcus Garvey at the same time, because these are various genres. These people are dead. So unless they were talking about a black issue." So now, I believe, and as Pomerini has explained to us, that was a violation of their rights, because it did not start a riot. The children just were expressing themselves. However, as some of you have already mentioned, if somebody wore a swastika, I had a student and I was doing Romeo and Juliet, and they had to make banners. He put a swastika on his banner. The banner was beautiful. So I called him up. I said, "Precious, why do you have the swastika on Romeo and Juliet?" So this is a different genre. I love swastikas. I say, "Listen, I'm not attacking your creativity because the banner is beautiful, but swastikas were not used in the 14th century. So I need for you to redo this banner and take the swastika off." Now, it did not start a riot. Most of the children kind of didn't know what was going on, but I'm just saying, in my opinion, that was a teachable moment. That young man wanted the swastika and was a proponent of the ideologies behind swastikas, and I didn't attack that. I just dealt with the fact that I'm teaching Romeo and Juliet, a play that was written in the 15th century about the story that happened in the 13th or 14th century, and swastikas were not at that time. So it's my hope as a board and facilitators of education that we would allow our students to have the freedom of speech, but again, because we are about governance, we have to make sure that what they do, we govern it very carefully. So I think this conversation is very interesting and it's very much needed. But again, it's a very, not just a gray area, it's a very thin line, because we need to make sure, again, and I'm doing this because I need to make sure my mind has it intact, that when we deal with disciplinary procedures as it relates to the behavior of students in our schools, we need to do what we can as we put together a policy, because we're going to have to put together some type of policy regarding this, so that parents won't feel that their children are being targeted, and that either way, that they won't feel like their children are being targeted, and they don't feel like they're being targeted because of their ethnicity. But we do also need to understand that some thinking of children and parents we cannot change. We cannot control. But within our jurisdiction of our schools, I think we do have that control. And I just wanted to share that thought with you. Thank you.
All right, Member Felder. I'm sorry, Superintendent, you recognized?
Thank you. I just want to go back to Board Member Vandal's discomfort. We can go back and take a look. There are leveled offenses in statute as it relates to dress code. And so I'm reading your body language and what you said to me that you really would like clothing, and if they're wearing something that constitute a hateful act or hate speech, that it be elevated. Am I? Okay, we'll do that.
Ms. Palmerini, you recognized.
Thank you. Just wanted to give the board, there's actually, the dress code is addressed in statute. And so what it says is each district school board shall adopt a dress code policy that prohibits a student while on school grounds of a public school during a regular school day from wearing any clothing that exposes underwear or body parts in an indecent or vulgar manner, or that disrupts the orderly learning environment. So back to, we're having a disruption. Any student who violates the dress code policy is subject to the following disciplinary actions. For a first offense, the student shall be given a verbal warning, and the principal shall call the student's parent or guardian. For a second offense, the student is ineligible to participate in any extracurricular activity for a period of time not to exceed 5 days, and the school principal shall meet with the student's parent or guardian. For a third or subsequent offense, a student shall receive an in-school suspension for a period not to exceed 3 days, and the student is ineligible to participate in any extracurricular activity for a period not to exceed 30 days, and the school principal shall call the parent or guardian and send the parent or guardian a written letter regarding the student's in-school suspension and ineligibility to participate in extracurricular activities. That's the hard part, because they being the legislature, has specifically delineated penalties for the code of conduct. That's 1,607.
Member Ferrant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to go back to the training after we have an offense, which I think is great. We do that with drugs, alcohol, like different offenses like that. But I believe we could just call it like the golden rule training, and it's more generic. I think requesting that our staff hone in on every single item or piece of history or community group, or I think just a generalized training, which I'm sure we could come up with that ourselves or find something great online, but something that just reminds students that your actions really do have consequences, and that we have to stop before we do something and think, is this going to harm someone else? Is this something that really needs to be stated? That type of thing. So I think we could easily do that and not make it exactly specific to each group, but more of a generalized golden rule training. I also think anyone can say that anything that they do is political, which is a little concerning to me. To me, it feels like a loophole. So once you realize, like, oh, wow, I'm kind of in trouble for this. Well, actually, it was political. So just kind of my 2 cents on that. If we do create the acts of hate offense, how are we defining that exactly? And I think that's what we needed to discuss, because what may feel like an act of hate to one group may not feel that way to another. And so I think we do need to have some more specifications, like was there vandalism involved, or was there an intent to hurt some, maybe they pushed somebody, so it's not really like there wasn't physical harm, but they were, because I think isn't the hate crime, you have to actually physically harm somebody, correct? Is that what it is, or no?
Yes, Mr. Palmerini.
So the now I'm going to do it because I can't remember. Evidencing prejudice while committing offense. It's not limited to just hurting somebody. That's mostly where it gets employed. Like if there's an assault or if there's a battery, and it was done because of somebody's race or ethnicity or national origin. That's mostly where it gets employed. But it could be a property offense. But depending on how big the property offense is, there's a difference between destroying something that's tens of thousands of dollars and destroying something that's $5 to $10. I think it's going to be treated by law enforcement in two separate and distinct ways.
Interesting. So I guess we would need to figure out how we're defining it then, because I feel like this could be twisted in any way. And so I think just having some clear definition so that our staff knows how to clearly figure this out. And then you go ahead, and then I'm going to think of my last thought here.
Dr. Vasquez.
Yeah. So part of the research that Alcavia did, one of the districts does have, I believe, a definition. And so we can actually our attorneys will look at the legalese and try and make it, language that we all understand. And we'll bring that back to the board as part of the revision to the code. And but we'll look to what's already there. And again, I want to go back to it's not always cut and dry when there are multiple things that are taking place. So as Mr. Palmerini mentioned, there could be a brawl that causes a lockdown that had incendiary language that leads you to believe that this was not political, that it was a hate crime. And so our team works with the schools to ensure that the cases are thoroughly vetted and that we get to the heart of, what the offense is in our code. And these are unfortunately not as simple as just having that definition, because inevitably there'll be a situation where it doesn't quite meet what our language is, and then that's where it gets muddy.
Member Fromm?
I thought of my last thing. When something is vandalized, or say even somebody takes somebody else's phone and they purposely are like trying to ruin it, what do we do? Do we require that student then buys a new phone, or because like in this case, I think because we weren't not allowed to give the flag back, I believe this student should be required to purchase a new flag to return that.
As part of our consequences, we do not require kids to pay for things, because everybody can't afford to pay for things. So that's just not part of our consequences to require restitution.
That's unfortunate, because I think when a student realizes, wow, if I do this, I would be required to pay that back. Or, in the real world, you're going to have to pay for things. And so I think I feel like that should be a different consequence then, or an added consequence, that a parent would need to pay for that. And maybe parents would start saying, hey, maybe I should educate my children better to be kind, instead of ruining somebody else's materials.
If I can, I would just caution a little bit against that, because even I also oversee truancy, and there are provisions in the truancy statute that allow us to fine parents when their children have missed multiple days, and the courts have strongly advised us like that is like a absolute last resort, and I think it starts off as like $2 a day, and they have us let that be the very, 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 very last resort, because of what Ms. Joyner has said about the ability of one parent to be able to pay, and the inability of another parent being able to pay those fines.
So then can we do something where if a student is not able to pay, then they do community service? Or maybe that's part of it, is nobody pays and you do community service, and something of that sort. I just think like we need to have some sort of consequence where kids aren't just like, well, it was political, and then they walk away and a whole group of people feel, or even just one student feels like they've been targeted. I don't know. I think that's really honestly what's lacking in this world is we need more parents to step up, discipline your kids. We wouldn't have these kind of issues if parents knew how to parent again, and we stop with this like soft parenting and, you know, maybe when they grow up, it's a phase they're going through. I'm sorry. You do your work when they're little, and when they're older, you are going to love having your children. You're going to love having your teenagers. They are well behaved and respectful when you raise them with respect. So my 2 cents.
Thank you, Member Front. Okay, let me dovetail on that because I do think there's a difference between a natural consequence. One of y'all have heard me talk about my experience as a parent where my kids were in a co-op preschool, and part of that came with having to read books and understand different parenting styles. The best book I ever read was called How to Raise Self-Reliant Children in a Self-Indulgent World. And the main premise, and it's nothing new to anybody today, but it seemed like such an obvious eye-opener for me and changed the way I parented my kids, was look for natural consequences. Don't protect your kids from natural consequences. Wherever there's a natural consequence, rely on that as opposed to some other form of discipline. The natural consequence is you've destroyed somebody or damaged something that somebody owns. And because of our system where we have to keep it because it's evidence, you've taken it away from them completely. That's different than assigning a dollar amount to every day you miss school, because I'm not really sure how, other than it's painful and I don't want to lose money, it's not exactly a natural consequence. So I think it might be a lot easier to defend having a cost associated with the destruction or stealing, whatever it might be, somebody else's things. But anyway, that would be just something to look into a little more, unless you have an immediate answer for why it won't work, which I'm sure there's a million legal reasons. Go ahead.
I don't have an immediate answer, but I would say that if this was picked up by, if the SRO would have moved forward, then there would have been a consequence for restitution.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So, not like I'm totally okay with it, but I appreciate your clarification. So one of the things, this is our last time, not unless we schedule another time, but this is the only time anybody who might be watching that the board can have this conversation to try to give some direction to the superintendent and her team to draft something that hopefully comes back and enjoys the support of the majority of the board. So that's why the distinctions and the depth of the conversation is more important. So one of the things I'm a little confused about, so in the document, we have two documents in BoardDocs. The one document lists hate speech, again, in like the kind of table of contents. And then the only other place I see it listed is clothing must not state, imply, or depict hate speech. So the reason I'm focused on that is, Superintendent, when you mentioned that once it's defined as hate speech, it's then criminal, and as I'm understanding, that kind of takes it into a different realm and out of our hands. So I'm not sure if we're using the right term on the clothing, and it's something you might want to look at. Because does that mean if a student has some, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think the statute delineates the clothing, right? It's separate, and I'm going to defer to the team from any of the other, and that's why the clothing. And I asked John. I'm assuming it doesn't cause a disruption. Well, the language includes a disruption. So we're somewhat limited, is my understanding, what we can do if it's clothing. If it's anything else, we do have more flexibility and the ability to add different offenses, and at the different levels is within our purview, but not with the clothing. Am I correct?
Correct. Okay. The second thing that what I'm hearing, again, I don't have a chance, I'd love to go back and listened to this conversation over again, so I may be getting this wrong. But so if it's a hate crime, what I'm understanding is it has to result in some other violation. And the reason I draw that is, I think it was something you said, Mr. Palmerini, that it's a hate crime when something else is going on and it's then attributed by the perpetrator as being related. So it would seem like that something else has to happen.
Yeah.
And so that leaves me back in this place where the fact that I've done something that I intentionally did to create fear in people in my school. I've deliberately caused fear, and there's no campus-wide disruption. There's a whole lot of pain and fear, but I can't identify some tangible violation in the code, so it's okay, is what I'm hearing, and I'm just struggling. I'm back to, isn't there some other term we can use that allows us to have some sort of a disciplinary consequence without using a term that's already been defined as it's protected by this, or it's protected by that, or you have to cross over this line? Can we create some other area and then let the courts figure out why they do or don't like it? And at least that buys us time. That's a ridiculous way of looking at it, but.
So I just want to be clear. I don't think you guys think that I'm saying this. I don't think that, things that make people fear are okay. And I'm talking about from a legal permissibility or not standpoint. In our code, we have that section 4 on hate speech. Quite frankly, given the discussion here and given our further research into this, I probably want to not use the term hate speech because it's too closely associated with the criminal version. Like, I think I would want to modify that language to acts of hate, come up with a definition, because what we have in there, all students attending school in OCPS shall be treated according to a unitary code which applies equally regardless of race, color, religion, age, sex, national origin, marital status, disability, sexual orientation, genetic information, gender identity or expression, language spoken, homelessness, or any other reason prohibited by law. And it says the use of hate speech will not be tolerated and violations will be subject to this code. So I would like to probably change that to acts of hate, define that a little bit better, and we'll work through language on that, and then have level 3 acts of hate in the code as a separate offense, and then a level 4 as a separate offense, with the caveat that we all understand that we're going to have to look at it from the standpoint of, does the act of hate constitute protected First Amendment activity? And that's going to be something the superintendent will engage my staff in looking at whenever we have one of these offenses come up. But I think going forward for you all, I think acts of hate, that needs to be put in the code. We need to have a definition of it, and then put it in level 3 and level 4 and bring it back to you all for consideration. And I would suspect that what we'll do is sort of like what we've done with other things, is once we come up with that language, we'll circulate it to you all beforehand so you can digest it before we get to our next work session on this, which is, I think, sometime in May.
Yes.
May.
Okay, so
Mr. Palmerini?
the part that we're not getting to there, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to point out that, sorry, can I be
No,
recognized?
please.
That we've had similar instances happen before. We coded based on, obviously, the substantial disruption. But for example, we did have a situation earlier this year. So I'm providing this context so it will give you some sort of ease. We did have a situation earlier this year, right after the election, where we had a student send out a text message to African American students stating that they were going to be picked up by a bus and taken to a plantation, in so many words. And that was a result of, obviously, his political views. However, that did rise to the level of it being hate speech. So that student actually 2 months, was it 2 months before that? He made a sort of similar reference, and he was disciplined, giving counseling, told that language was not appropriate to be had in school, and then 2 months later after the election he did it again. So the first time it was coded under a 3Q, and since he made similar speech again, it was coded as a level 4. So we have had these instances. It's not like this this current situation is one-off. This has happened before, and so we, again, when it initially happens, depending on if it causes a substantial disruption, like for instance, when he first made the language, it did not. So it was coded under a 3Q. He was provided counseling, and when he did it again, it rose to the level of a level 4.
So help me out. I'm sorry. A3Q is
yes, it's other
which
serious,
offense? Because what I'm trying to understand is while that
3Q is other serious misconduct.
Okay. So, and I don't disagree that should be a serious misconduct, but I still struggle with the court's kind of distinction of what's political and what's not political and what's protected and not protected. I don't know.
Because I know a couple of you.
That should never have happened, and
Yeah.
I think that's serious misconduct. I don't mean to
I
diminish
know a
that at
couple
all.
of you were saying like, but what if he just says it's political? Again, this was based on his political affiliation, but he was still disciplined because that language that he used was determined to go above and beyond. So it was not just whether that was his defense that it was political, it went above and beyond. So I just want to let you guys know that they can claim in certain situations that it is political, but the team will determine that in this situation, the team did determine that language that he used went above and beyond. So they can't just claim the defense that, oh, it's political.
Okay. Is it Ms. Hayes or Haynes?
Ms. Haynes.
Haynes with an
Yes.
N. Okay, thank you. That's really helpful, thank you, because that, what was the term you called it? Serious misconduct.
Other serious misconduct.
Other
yes.
serious misconduct could possibly be the place where something like this falls without defining it as a hate crime or hate speech. I appreciate you
Yes,
bringing
and
that
we
up,
have
because
that
might
under
open that door.
a level 3 and also under a level 4.
Okay. And then that goes to also, in that case, you didn't have to have the school shut down. You didn't have to have fire rescue run in and try to stop a fire that doesn't exist. You don't have any of those things, but we still consider that serious misconduct.
Right.
But I know it's going to come into, is it protected speech? But if it's against a protected class, can we consider whether or not acts that create fear among a protected class may not enjoy protected speech? I don't know. I think protected class ought to rise above protected speech, but just food for thought. I think.
Yeah, I would really like to look at that distinction before I say yay or nay.
I'm going to call on other board members. I do, for anybody that's tuned in and for the specters, I do want to clarify one thing, that Mr. Palmerini and our team, their hearts are in the right place. They are not saying this because they disagree with us. They're saying it because they believe that we need to have their professional legal advice. But I do think it's important because we seem to be having a debate with you. And that's not really what it is. We're having a debate with the courts. Some of us are, I think most of us are. But moving on, Member Gallo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a few things. I know that we've talked a lot about kindness and the golden rule. It seems like that's should be tenets of the resiliency training that we do, because in order to be resilient, you have to understand different viewpoints and you have to understand different opinions, and it's okay that they're different from yours. And And kids need to be taught that that's okay. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to not like what someone else says, as long as it's not hurtful or hateful. But I feel like we're raising a society that can't disagree civilly, that it's got to turn into a form of hate. It's got to resistance. I don't know. I just feel like that they need more training on different viewpoints, and that it's okay to be different. It's respected. It's reviled. Like, it's a good thing that we have such a diverse country, not a bad thing. The other thing I want to bring, I know we were talking a little bit about restitution, and so I'm going to do a little pushback there, because we do restitution. We do it on our laptops. We do it on our library books. We do it on our books if they're destroyed. You have to pay for that cost of that book. You have to pay for the cost to repair your computer. If you harm a library book, you have to pay to replace that library book. So we do have forms of restitution within Orange County Public Schools. So I don't know why we can't have restitution for defacing an item that belongs to the school. I feel like it's no different than defacing a book. And those parents can't pay either, and we don't let them go to prom, we don't let them go to homecoming, we don't let them walk across the stage. Like, there's certain other things that we do. Oh, the superintendent's saying we don't do that anymore.
No, we cannot, we can push to have the child pay, but we cannot deny report cards, the graduation, because they have outstanding fines.
But we cannot allow them to go to prom. We cannot allow them to go to pep rallies. We cannot allow them to go to homecoming, because we've done it before.
Dr. Vasquez?
We have, however, if it is challenged, we would have to take a good hard look at it, because some of them are not. There's a term, and it's not coming to me, that are like not required, but like a pep rally is not something that you're entitled to, that's like extracurricular. But if a child has financial constraints, and the board has had that conversation with the devices, because the district picks up the cost of the vast majority of all of the fines and the fees. And so, yes, we try to recoup, but we cannot deny certain things to a child because of money. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
And I appreciate that, Dr. Vasquez. I guess my point is we do have restitution, so we could apply a fine for the destruction of property, and then whether they have the means or the ability to pay for that, deal with that on a separate case-by-case basis, kind of like we do with the books and the computers. I think that makes sense to me. And then the other thing, and I'm sure that we have one, but disruption, campus disruption, and disruption that really elevates a lot of situations up to a different level. Is that defined?
Mr. Pomeraney?
It's in your level 4, and hold on. I'm getting there.
It's because my point being is what I want to make sure of is that disruption isn't subjective, and up to interpretation or up to the will of the principal or the school, that there has to be some level of consistency, and that consistency should lie within the definition.
It's 4I, and I'm getting there.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to continue. So,
Yeah.
In relation to, and I know we've kind of fleshed this out, and I think we've come up with some solutions, but I know that Mr. Pomeraney read us the definition of for the student code of conduct for the dress code, but that, what is in statute is just the bare minimum. That doesn't mean that we can't go above the statute, and we have with Baker Acts, we've had with other things where people have said, well, it's in statute. Well, that's great. We have to incorporate that definition, but that doesn't mean that we can't go above what the statute's telling us. It just means we can't go below it. So a statute does not prevent us as a board from raising not the stakes, but raising the consequences of an action, especially if we feel that the apparel being worn is offensive to any group of individuals.
Mr. Palmerini.
So 4I, disruption on campus major. Disruptive behavior that poses a serious threat to the learning environment, health, safety, or welfare of others. Examples of major disruptions include inciting a riot or initiating a false alarm. And then we also cite to the Florida Administrative Code rule that says this offense may include, but is not limited to, disruptive behavior that causes the bus to stop for safety, closing the cafeteria, pulling a fire alarm, preventing other students from proceeding to the next class. So we give examples, we define it. It's not all encompassing. You know, a lot of times that phrase is going to be utilized. We'll apply it to a situation and we'll say, do we think it fits in there, yes or no? So we have that definition for a major campus disruption. With respect to the statutory argument, the statute says the offense shall be as follows, right? So I understand we've gone above and beyond statutory floors before. You know, it's not the ceiling, it's the floor. I would want to look back at the, legislative history to the extent on that statute to see if they meant that to be exclusive. I get antsy whenever I see the penalty shall be as follows. Shall is, of course, the mandatory term that says this is what it is. So I would want to
Shall
see.
is still the minimum. Like shall is just must. So we must do that. And as long as we're because there's also statute that gives us the right to create our policies
Right.
for our schools. So the shall and that shouldn't circumvent my ability to set policy as a board member.
Except for when it does. And then the legislature, except for when it does, and sometimes the legislature does usurp your authority. We're going to discuss an instance of that tonight in my attorney report, where it says you have to do something and you shall do it. So I want to go back and look at that specific statute to see if there's any wiggle room there on that. I understand what you're saying. Sometimes shall means shall and sometimes shall means may, depending on the context. I've actually seen cases that say that, which drives me insane as a lawyer because shall should always mean shall. But I got it and I'll look it up.
Thank you, Mr. Palmerini. And then as far as disruption, if I understood the definition correctly, major campus disruption is just really anything that impedes the movements of students from one area to the other.
That's what all of those definitions seem to be: causing a riot, false alarm, preventing kids from getting to another class, closing a cafeteria. All that's presuming.
So maybe we need to include that language as well. Just any disruption that impedes movement of students from one area of the school to another could be classified as a major disruption or a disruption.
So that is assessor definition, so we cannot change that particular definition.
So we can't add to it.
No.
Sometimes that's when shall means shall.
There also is a level 4T, which is other major, and that one is any serious harmful incident resulting in the need for law enforcement consultation not previously classified.
Okay. So maybe we could, I don't know. And I guess my last thing is I know that we have a statute on hate, and it does require a person to be arrested. So I was wondering if, and I think we've talked about this, I think this is where we're landed. I was getting a little confused. But we can define what we believe to be hate speech on like apparel or whatever, and it doesn't have to meet that threshold of being arrested, right? It could just be, we could define it in our own way, and there could be consequences. Okay, I'm getting, for those of you who are listening, I'm getting head shakes. Okay.
Yeah. So once again, the caveat being we have to analyze it under the First Amendment to see if there's an issue. But yes, you can define acts of hate separately and distinctly from the way the criminal statute deals with it.
Great. And I agree. I think it was Member Vanos who said, I don't like the confusion or just the vagueness of, being political versus spewing hate. I think that they're so closely aligned right now, especially in our society. It's really hard to tell the difference, and I don't know how we can delineate that in our student code of conduct and be consistent across the county, but anything that we could do to make it as clear as possible, because it's just not acceptable, and we can't raise a whole generation of people believing that they can spew hatred and that it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Member Byrd.
Thank you. I just, again, am going to go back to none of this matters if our legal team does not identify something a student does as acts of hate, even if we put acts of hate in our code. And I think it's really important to understand, because I've heard board members say, you know, that if the child, like talking about this particular case, that the child did this out of hate for this group of people, they caused such fear in the group of people, which he did. Let me be clear, I am not defending at all what was done, but I'm just trying to get how we got to where we are. But the thing is, this child, the way I understand it, is this child did not, it wasn't in reference to the issue, the event that happened in 2000. From what I understand, this child doesn't even know about this event that happened in 2000. That's neither here nor there. But this child was doing this in his expressing his frustration with the country identified by that flag and what that country is doing in a war overseas right now. And that was what he was expressing, his hate, his anger over what that country whose flag that was, what that country is doing in a war overseas. Not at all that flag, he didn't put it together like should have. And that is where the education piece needs to come in, that flag is more than just a country symbol. That flag is a symbol for an entire group of people that they hold very dear. And that when he did that, it caused fear and terror and all those things to that group of people. That was what he did not put together. He was looking at it as a flag for the country. That was what, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that is how it was interpreted through his witness, through the statements by our legal team. So because that was his identification of the country and what a conflict that is happening in the world right now, that is all political, that it was not at all towards a group of people. I think had he said in his statement anything that identified, the Jewish community, or the group of people that he had hate for, or any kind of if he had expressed any of that in any of his statements, or if that was where that came from, that it would have been treated as hate. And had that been identified by the police, that would have been a hate crime, because it was a crime, vandalism. He did do vandalism. So had it been a hate vandalism, because I looked all this up, and there's cases, people destroying cars and carving, if you do that, with a key a car with something that's hate filled, that can be a hate crime, and it takes the vandalism up a notch. So if the police had identified the same thing, it would have been taken up a notch, but it was because of that. I just think that's really important for everyone to understand, because it wasn't like we were ignoring that it was the group of people. I don't know. I'm sorry. I felt like that just needed a little more clarification, just based on some other comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Vanos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the conversation that we're having today. I just want to go down the the technical, the dress code strand, because I think it is important. I mean, if you look at statute 1006.07 D1, so just for clarification, it doesn't, the hate speech on the clothing is not part of the statute. The statute just says we adopt a dress code policy, really that prohibits people from exposing their underwear or body parts in a vulgar manner or disrupts the orderly learning environment. So the piece about hate speech on clothing is not in the statute. So what I would suggest we do is we take, if we define acts of hate as a level 3 or level 4 offense, we include in that wearing something that depicts hate speech and put that in the level 3 or the level 4. It doesn't even need to be in the dress code policy. Therefore, we don't have to follow the offenses that they outline in the statute. Can we do that?
Mr. Palmerini.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm pondering. It's the old, you don't do indirectly what you can't do directly principle that conflicts with, you're looking at a statute that says, or that disrupts the orderly learning environment, but it doesn't specifically refer to, a article of hate on clothing. So therefore that can be taken outside of the dress code statute and the prescribed penalties for the dress code. That would be, along with what Member Gallo asked me to look at, that would be something I would want to look at more in depth and have an answer for you rather than try to wing one here on the fly, because I think that's something that I want to make sure that we're on solid legal footing. The last thing I want to do for all of you is to wing an answer up here and then all of a sudden I have the state calling Dr. Vasquez saying, hey, you guys have done something inappropriate in your code of conduct. I don't want to, and I don't want to put you all in that position either. So let me do some research on the law on that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And just like the chair said, this is just our opportunity to have the full discussion. So I just feel like this is the time to bring these issues up. But yeah, definitely not asking for answers on the spot. But thank you.
All right. Thank you, Member Vanos. Member Ferrant.
So I just wanted to clarify, do we have anything that would be, would help us define like a partial disruption? Like, is there some sort of offense if somebody has like partially disrupted class? Like, to me, this is a partial disruption in the sense that maybe the whole school wasn't disrupted, but that whole wing of classes.
So last year we added a level 3CC, that covers classroom disruption.
Okay. And does that include like hallway?
Oh, that's
Because this was happening in the hallway, not like in the class.
No, it's just a classroom.
Could we?
No, it wasn't a disruption in the hallway either. Not for that particular incident that we're talking about today.
So where kids aren't like pointing at that and nothing? Just walk by. Okay. And then, I don't know. The whole thing is very frustrating. I think as a parent, as we've heard from the parents of the student who it was his flag. I think it's I think there's just inconsistencies, and it is frustrating to see where one thing might be labeled a level 4, and then the next thing is labeled a level 2 or kind of dismissed. Or I just think we need to make sure we're just being as consistent as possible. With that being said, I will say what you guys have done with the code of conduct has been so incredible. I mean, the fact that this is the only topic where it is a huge topic, but the fact that this is it is pretty outstanding. I love how when we're looking at the code, there's a code definition that's like legalese, and then you've simplified it to like normal people terms. And I think that's huge. It's super helpful, especially even for like English language learners, parents who are trying to read it. And I mean, if I'm a native English language person and I'm reading the code definition and kind of, trying to understand what's going on, and then just that simplified definition is huge. I know that took a lot of work, but I mean, every meeting we had, if you asked, was there anything that needed to be switched? I feel like it's worked well. The definitions that we have, the offenses that have been created, I think we've done an excellent job. This is a great discussion to have and to see how we can really kind of hone in on this. I pray we never have an issue like this again, but really I think it goes back to educating our students and helping to remind them that, what we're seeing online, on our phones, in the news, it can rile us up. But also to look around at our friends and see that, we may have differences, but we're all living together and we're all let's try to be kind and, keep that golden rule the number one. So, but thank you all seriously for all your hard work and everything that you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Farrar. Member Gallo.
So I actually wanted to ask about a different topic. So if there's still people that want to discuss this, you can come back to me.
Let me, one question I have. I'm trying to think of the term for it. Something justice. Restorative justice. So part of restorative justice is that process of bringing people together to talk about how one's actions affected another's actions. And so even without being able to, even if an action like this is determined not to be hate this or hate that, but the effect harmed other people, is that something that can fall under restorative justice practices, which I think is what we're already talking about. It's at a minimum, it's an incredible learning opportunity, an opportunity to understand that whether intentional or not, words matter, and it's important to think before you say, and then to think about if the shoe were on the other foot. I mean, those conversations are important. Restorative justice, your thoughts there?
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that when
Yeah.
we were talking about the education piece. I'm going to defer to Karen Furno to my recollection of restorative justice, and while in this case there was the child's flag, my understanding is that maybe it could be used, but the structure for it aligns itself when it's more targeted at one student, as opposed to what has been stated, that this was political speech and not aimed at this one child.
That's correct. So we use restorative practices in all of our schools. All of our schools have people trained in restorative practices. It is part of our consequences for our code. And in situations, one is students need to agree to come together to have that conversation, but we have our staff trained in how to facilitate those conversations for exactly what we're talking about here, which is understanding, coming to an understanding, hearing the other person's point of view, and then therefore having those conversations to hopefully educate on differences and different perspectives. And so that's the goal of restorative practice. We use it in all of our schools. All of our schools have people trained in that process.
All right, thank you. I looked at the file on this particular case, and obviously I can't talk about the details. It sounds like you have more knowledge than I do about kind of, for instance, the consideration that was given, taking it to the SRO. But when you mentioned one child versus another, I don't know whether or not the student who did this knows the student who put the flag up there. Those things can matter as well in trying to figure out, is it political speech or was it intended to be more personal?
All right, without, again, going into great detail or more detail about this case, it's one of the most difficult cases we've had this year. All right, if not the most difficult, because intent.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the intent and what we have as evidence of intent is what we have gone by.
And
right.
Superintendent, I didn't mean to challenge, or I'm just saying, would that be a factor when you're looking at something as to whether what you might interpret as intent, whether
Absolutely.
okay.
So Alcavia gave an example. If there were other situations, other acts that this child had done, whether it was toward another student, it was similar in trying to give his opinion about politics, all of that goes into the conversation about intent and then the consequences. One of the benefits of centralizing discipline has been the ability to really bring people together and analyze it, and schools can feel that, the outcome really has been discussed and we've looked at it from all angles. And so in this particular case, I believe the board received a copy of a letter. The letter was very clear. And, we could discuss, again, the intent, but what we have before us is what we've been able to use to determine intent. And that's why I think it's very difficult, and you've mentioned it, right? You can say something, but what's in your heart? We're going to assume that the sincerity on the part of the child. We're going to assume that there have been, lessons learned from this, that they understand that, you might say this is your way of expressing your political views, but again, the consequences of that action on other people, and hopefully this has been, a lesson learned in that at the school, and certainly for us, the idea of how we need to broaden the education, broaden the awareness as we continue to have an environment, not just in Florida, but across the country, where so much of what's on social media, so much of what's in the news is antagonistic in nature. You're not seeing a lot of examples, or at least depicted. Maybe it's happening behind the scenes where people are trying to work differences out. That's not what our children are seeing. That's not what they're being exposed to. And so we have to take a look at how can we weave that into how we're educating the whole child. And I appreciate the board's conversation on this. Thank you so much for your comments. We really do have an incredible team. They work so hard to make sure that we have consistency. They work hard that we are fair, that we realize that these are, young men and women, or that they're children, and sometimes, they make a mistake. They're not thinking clearly, and the board has been very clear that that's what you want. We don't want to be punitive, but sometimes it's hard when you're trying to teach a lesson and it doesn't feel like the lesson has been learned or has been taught. And that's sadly what's happened in this case. And I really pray that we don't have another instance like this, and that some good is going to come out of this horrific situation, and that we're going to be able to tap into some of our partners to be able to help with that education piece. We're going to be able to have the code have more clarification. And I also, if the board's will is that we look at restitution. I mean, I remember where we had, children would go and clean tables, in the cafeteria, or they'd pick up trash. And I don't remember what board, but there was a point where the board was like, we're not doing that. That's not appropriate. And so then we backed off of it. So if the will of the board is that we look at restitution, whether it's by way of money or by way of act, we certainly can incorporate that into our code. We just need consensus to be able to bring that back to you.
Member Fraun on this same thing, or okay, and then I'll come back to you, Member Gallo. Go ahead.
No, I'd just like to say I think that's an excellent idea. I think students need to understand that there are consequences. And I remember back in the day, you'd marker up your locker, and you were scrubbing every locker in your hallway. And you definitely remembered, okay, I'm not going to do that again. talking in class. Do we all remember writing like, I will not talk in class? Like, I did not want to talk in class again because I did not want to write that for like a whole page. I'm not saying we're doing any of that. Not saying we're doing that. Although it may help with kids' handwriting. But I do think there are cases where we could absolutely do something to really help, some sort of restitution. And I don't think it always necessarily needs to be monetary, but something where there is something where, these students have a consequence where they go, I don't think I want to do that again. Or their eyes are open to see, wow, this is, what I did really had a huge impact, and I should not have done that. So I would be in favor of bringing some of those restitutions back in.
All right, thank you, Member Front. Member Gallo. Changing course.
Hold on, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Mr. Pomeraney.
Member Vanos, I've been sitting over here doing legal research. So Senate Bill 228 in 2011 is what passed this statute. And I've looked at the staff analysis, and let me read from it. This bill may potentially implicate First Amendment concerns. Courts have long held students do not lose their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate. However, courts have also repeatedly affirmed the authority of states and school districts to prescribe and control conduct in schools. Mere regulation of clothing or dress is not constitutionally problematic. Rather, the court will review the restrictions in the context of whether the policy interferes with a constitutionally protected political viewpoint. So they have identified a constitutional issue in this bill, and it was meant to cover situations with respect to whether or not student dress implicates political concerns. As a matter of fact, likewise, courts have routinely denied the extensions of the First Amendment protections in instances to which the policy restricts dress that cannot be shown to be political speech. But the converse of that is, if it can be shown to be political speech, then we're right back to where we are. So, yes, ma'am.
Sorry, may I
Member
respond?
Vanos?
Yeah.
I mean, I get that because I do think that sometimes what students wear can be political speech. So that wasn't really my question. My question was, if we, and I apologize if I wasn't clear, but I guess my question is, if we determine that the language on the clothing is hate speech that is not protected as political speech, then can we treat it under a level 3 or level 4 with our acts of hate versus under the dress code? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes, okay. And I think I misunderstood potentially what you were asking, so I apologize. It does make sense from that standpoint. I think given this goes back to Member Gallo's question too about whether or not this can be, the statute's merely the floor and we can go above it. I think if it's not politically protected speech and it's just an act of hate, we could probably do some things there over and above what the statute probably says. But I say that, and I can't, of course, I have to give the lawyer caveat of I can't guarantee that it doesn't get challenged. But I have to give you that information. I think we could probably do it, but I can't guarantee it 100%.
Okay, but at a minimum, if we're going to do that, we do need to change that section, because
Yes.
right now, we were being
Yes.
consistent with that.
Yes.
Thank you. Good catch. Thank you. All right. Now, Member Gallo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in relation, I'm just looking for a little guidance, because I don't know that a change needs to be made, but I've gotten this topic several times this year. In fact, I just got one recently into my inbox that I forwarded to John. We've had several instances when we look at bullying and whatnot where kids are bullying another child. Sometimes they report it. Sometimes the kid doesn't, the student doesn't, just for fear of retaliation or whatever. But we do have instances where there's been a child that has been bullied possibly all year long. Bad things have happened to that student. And then they retaliate because they've really had a belly full. They've had enough. They probably spoke to their parents, and their parents was like, don't take it from a bully. Stand up to the bully. And then what's happening is then the consequence for the student who finally stood up to themselves, they get like a level 3, a level 4. I have a situation at a middle school where the child has a level 4. What he did was wrong. I meant what he did was wrong, but he kind of reached his breaking point to do what he did. And now they're looking at level 4 and possibly being sent, away to positive pathways. So I guess my question is this: when we know, and there's witnesses that will show you that there was systemic bullying of not only this child, but several different students at that school, and then one child is like, I've had enough of you, and retaliates, which is not appropriate. Do we take that in consideration, or is it just strictly black and white, what's in the student code of student conduct? And I know that I bring this up because we've had this conversation before about self-defense. When you're on the ground and you push them off, and then both people get 10 days, you're like, wait, that's not fair. I'm just trying to not get pummeled over here. So I was just curious about what happens in those instances, and is it a case-by-case basis, or is it just strictly black and white? Because if it's black and white, then maybe we need to have a further conversation.
It's a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
Because what we would do, the school would do an investigation, and we will look at the statements to determine if this has been an ongoing occurrence. We would also look at when it was reported. We would definitely want the school to complete a bullying harassment investigation. So all those factors will play into the consequence. And if I had to defend myself, that would play into that consequence also.
So it's not black and white?
It's not black and white, no.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, although I was going to say, I recognize you, but I hope you're not going to open another can of worms. Not that you opened one before, but you did just open one. Only because one of the areas, and I know this is such a two-edged sword, but this board had concern initially that we were treating all acts of any physical nature acts kind of as equal, even if it's in defense of yourself, and the code has addressed that. And the other area that I really struggle with this, because there are times when a student is down, being pummeled, there's no adults around, and the student can defend themselves. But if any other student comes to their rescue, I think they're treated as if they're the kid who started it and not seen it for what it was. And I, as a mom who's taught my kids that you don't stand by, and when I think of George Floyd, and I can't get it out of my mind that everybody that was watching was upset, but nobody actually physically stepped in, and there would have been consequences. But I don't know how you live with yourself for not stepping in. I don't know. I'm not physically capable of not stepping in. My mom isn't physically capable. My daughter, I can't speak for my boys, but I know that we go into just, a different state of mind, that you just can't stand by. And I've told you the story about my twins, with my daughter being wrestled to the ground and choked, and her twin brother in the cafeteria. And the idea that he knew that he was not allowed to help his sister is just like, it's just wrong. That's not what we want to teach our kids. So how do we address that in our code? How do we distinguish between the intent of a student to protect or potentially save another student's life versus whether their intent is just to create an all-out brawl? Can you help me there?
So when we're doing our investigation, and hopefully there's video, but if a student goes in to help a student out where I'm pulling somebody off and I have to pin them to the ground or I pin them to the wall, as long as there's no punches being thrown and I'm actually going in to help stop a fight, I would say that kid is not going to receive a discipline consequence.
Okay. Is that fairly clear in our code? Okay, because I know we made some changes, I think when I first got on the board, about kids being able to defend themselves, not by hitting, but by pushing back. So I knew we changed that, and I didn't know if we went so far as to allow that same careful review of other students interjecting themselves.
And I do believe last year there was something that came out in state statute that addressed kids going in to help break up a fight. And I have Ms. Haynes researching that, but I believe that's in our code. I'm not exactly sure where it's in our code, but I do recall that being something that was discussed last year in state statute.
And Ms. Haynes, don't struggle to try to figure it out now. I just wanted to plant that seed, and whatever research, we'll be happy to hear it and an update when we come back. I appreciate. Thank you. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple of questions. One is just following up with what Member Gallo and the chair brought up, and just sort of the looking at the consequences from sort of like the victim's perspective. I'm just wondering, is there, for the investigation of some of these incidents, is there a timeline for which investigation has to be completed? Okay.
Yes. Mickey, do you know what that is with the bullying and harassment investigation?
Bullying harassment should be completed within 10 days of being notified of the bullying harassment.
Okay. And then I'm just for lack of a better word, say the victim or the victim's parents, are they made aware of what the outcome of the investigation is? So if it's determined to be bullying or harassment, the victim parents can be notified of the consequence. But what if it doesn't rise to the level of bullying or harassment, then?
It's going to be conflict, and so the answer would be no. There shouldn't be a consequence. They may do a no-contact contract, but there shouldn't be a more severe discipline consequence if it's conflict.
I think excuse me, Ken.
Okay.
I think what I'm understanding you're asking is, are the parents notified either way? And the answer
Correct.
is yes.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
Okay. And then if a student is expelled or leaves the school, but then is coming back into the school, do the victim and victim's parents, are they made aware of that?
That I'm not sure, but I'll find out, or if we need to address that in the code, we can.
Dr. Vasquez, you're recognized.
I do. I want to clarify your previous comment, and I'll defer because it's been a while since I've been CAO or deputy. When there is a bullying allegation, both sets of parents are notified that there's been an accusation, there's going to be an investigation. What I need clarified is, my understanding is if it's not confirmed bullying, they are not made aware of the consequence. Is that correct? Okay. And I think that's they're not. And that's part of, the privacy that we do with all discipline cases. The bullying is the one exception if it's confirmed.
But if it's still some type of infraction, I mean, and I'm asking this because this is what I hear from parents is that they feel that nothing has been done, or there's like no resolution or there's no punishment. And it sounds like that there is a consequence, but it can't be communicated.
If it's conflict between the two students where bullying harassment was not substantiated, then the students, the only thing they would probably get would be a no-contact contract. So parents may think of that as not being a consequence, but if the bullying or harassment is confirmed, the parent of the victim, they have a right to know the consequence of the aggressor.
Okay, thank you. The other area that I had a question about is actually going back to the dress code policy. And it's actually not something that's in the dress code, which I was very, very happy to see, but I can tell you from personal experience that it is still being enforced, which is the mid-thigh, I guess maybe it was previously in the dress code, I don't know, but I do know that I am 100% positive that in some schools that is still being enforced, so just letting you know. And then the last question I had was actually with respect to FERPA on page 61 of the code. It says that if you believe that that FERPA has been violated, that you should file a complaint with the Department of Education. Is that still, what's the status? Does anyone know what the status of that is now?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Palmerini.
So, of course, there's a lot of changes going on in the Federal Department of Education and things that are getting consolidated, and there's still, a family, it's FPCO, Family Privacy Compliance Office, I think. Don't quote me on that acronym, but I think that's it. Where if there is a violation of FERPA, they can report it up through that FPCO. Now, what's been consolidated up there and what's not, we're still trying to get a handle on. But that's typically where those things would be reported to. There's also, the State Department of Education, if they see that we're violating FERPA on a consistent basis. And this, understand with respect to FERPA, it's not a one-off violation that gets us in an issue under the statute. It's if we have a policy of routinely disclosing student information that's protected by student privacy regulations. The penalty that usually goes along with that, it could be a potential loss of federal funding. I don't know of any school district that's ever had their federal funding taken because of FERPA violations, but that's the penalty that usually goes along with it. Also, with under state statute 100222, students and parents have a right to privacy in their education records. So that's also a state basis upon which it's enforced. But there's various avenues where folks can go if they think that their privacy rights have been violated under FERPA. What the federal involvement's going to be going forward is still an open question as to how they're going to reorganize the department.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Vanos. Member Ferrant.
I just want to, touch base on the dress code, because I do get a lot of concerns from parents regarding, especially the high school dress attire, and I do think, in our dress code, I feel like it's pretty clear that, no undergarments, that things should be covering all your body parts. But even when I go in and visit schools, or certain schools that seem to be more lenient on this than others. So how is that, being enforced on a school level to make sure that kids aren't walking to school with inappropriate clothing, or I don't know. I walk in schools and there's like midriff and butt cheeks showing, and I don't know. Like, is that, personally, I think the mid-thigh is fine, I think, or at least, where you're covering body parts. I don't think that's, we're asking too much. But do you know, Superintendent, how that is working? Like how, just from my own experience, I have some high schools that are a little more, that comply completely with the code of conduct for the dress code, and others that seem to just sort of put it on the back burner.
That's accurate. There's no other way to say it, but we do remind schools about enforcing of the code, and I do believe that for most of our schools that they are adhering to the policy. Yes, that's my response. We will remind them. I know I've been to schools where, they have a cover up, but the cover up isn't on, and then when they see somebody, they cover themselves up. I can tell you that years ago, the part of the conversation is really the amount of time that the child is missing class, because if they're going to, the clinic, they have to contact their parent. Then sometimes they will miss an entire class period. And so what they sometimes will do is just say, Maria, you're out of dress code. I need for you not to come tomorrow dressed that way. And then they send them on their way just to preserve classroom instruction. But we can remind them. But you're right, it is lax.
Definitely something I'd love to see be a little more strict, because I think helping students understand that there is, like when you're in certain environments, especially now if we're looking at the portrait of a graduate, as they graduate, their work environment may not be lax. And so I think for them to understand that there is we do have a code of conduct, and I think, if they're missing class a lot, then that kind of stinks on them, that they should remember not to dress like that.
May I, Madam Chair?
Please.
So, and I understand. I'm not saying that we're not, but, some of the parents don't agree with our dress code. When you go and see some of the parents, they're dressed not in our dress code, which they don't need to be. And so sometimes there is that discussion that the parents are like, I don't think there's anything wrong with what my child is wearing. And so it's a delicate balance. We'll reinforce, but I just know that sometimes you pick and choose, and rather than have a child miss class, for 30 minutes, they have the conversation. Then if it's somebody that's a repeat offender, then they deal with that person more deliberately. But I can't deny that you're right. It's lax.
Yeah, I think just my last thought is I don't think we should allow a parent's thoughts dictate what we require at school. And if you want your child to receive a free education in person, these are our standards. This is the way that we need to dress when you're at our school. And if you don't like that and you want your child to wear something else, there's online options and there's plenty of other options. But I think for parents to understand that this is our code of conduct, this is the way we're going to behave and dress, I think we just need to maybe reiterate that to parents and staff.
Member Gallo, you want to close this out, maybe?
I would love to. I think some parents would disagree. Member Front, they're going to tell you they don't co-parent with the government and they should be able to dress their children how they want. Just a thought. But I agree that it's lax. And I've been to so many high schools and I see the kids. Number one, it's 100 degrees in Florida. And you do have to pick and choose your battles. But I think the biggest issue that when I'm in my schools and I see kids and I'm talking to admin, it's just they don't have the manpower. It's not that they don't want to enforce it or they don't want the kids to dress better. It's just they would spend their entire day trying, especially at the high school level, trying and dress coding kids, like their entire day dress coding kids according to our dress code policy. So I think it's a bigger issue than, the kids definitely could cover. They don't need their midriff showing. We don't need short shorts, and I see those on our campus. But I really think that it's more complicated than what we perceive it to be, and just trying to get parents to make their children dress better. Sometimes the parents aren't even there, like they're not home. When they leave, they're not paying attention. And then it's just the staff. There's just not enough people on campus to follow through with everybody who's not dress coded, unfortunately. So I was just sharing that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further comments? Okay. Then we are finished with this work session. We have another one coming up. Did we lose the superintendent?
Just
Oh, okay. I looked away for a minute. No, I'm looking down thinking that maybe I just didn't see you leaning back. I know we didn't lose you. We have you on a tight leash. We're not letting you go. But I think we need to take a break between sessions. I'll look for some guidance. Superintendent, you want to offer? I just checked with Mr. Dragoon. How do you say your name? Dragoon? I'm sorry. To me, you're Maurice, and I try to be more formal in this environment. Dragon? Okay. I've never asked before. I'm so sorry. I should have. But I'm really looking forward to his presentation. I asked for this presentation. I'm not sure if I'm going to stay, but how long of a break, because my foot's throbbing, how long of a break do you think we should take?
So I'm thinking at least 15 minutes for the board. We could come back at 1 if that works for everybody, or is that too much?
And Mr. Dragon indicated his presentation, clarify, his presentation will last 20 minutes. He didn't say this, but he has no idea how long it will actually, these are my words, not his, how long this will actually take, especially given this board's interest in the subject. If I do go home and watch it remotely, I know it will cut a lot of time off. So I may do the board that favor, okay? And the superintendent is nodding vigorously.
No, I'm nodding to the break, not to anything
okay.
else.
So let's be back here at 1:00, and I'll most likely leave it to the vice chair. I will be tuned in, plugged in, and I'm really interested in this. I may not call in and ask questions, again, to make it run faster, but that will not ease the burden for Mr. Dredden, because I will ask him my questions later, and he'll have to repeat all this. So anyway, God bless. Great job in this conversation today. Thank you to the board and to the team. Mr. Palmerini, you and your legal team, and Dr. Vasquez, you and Dr. Miki, and help me out. I'm trying. I know you. What is your? That's right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all very much. And we'll see everybody back in 20 minutes. No, it's okay. It's just starting to tingle. Yes, ma'am. You gonna do it?
Okay, we're going to get started in about 30 seconds. Okay, we're going to re-adjourn for the rest of our work session this afternoon, talking about IT initiatives with Mr. Dragon, our Chief Information Officer. I'm going to turn this over to the Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm so excited to have the board listen in on the major initiatives that our incredible ITS team is implementing. With all of the new technology, there comes a lot of risk, and I do want to commend the team. They have been exceptional as it relates to data security, really grabbing onto those situations where there's been a breach or potential breach and shutting it down, and then coming back and implementing practices that are going to continue to keep our data safe and secure. You're also going to hear about some wonderful ideas as it relates to AI. I know that not everyone is a fan of AI. I personally believe that if used properly, it is a tool that can greatly enhance our efficiencies and our work habits. So I am just thrilled. And I'll let Mr. Dragon, as part of your presentation, do you mind at least highlighting the members of your team that are here, so I know that the board may get emails from them, but they may not have a name with a face. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent and Vice Chair and members of the board. So before I begin, I definitely would like to give a brief overview of the departments within ITS, and I will ask each department head or administrator to stand up as I provide that overview. First, I want to do a special point out of Elizabeth Rosario. She is the ITS data analyst. She works with all of the teams within ITS, and she is, although not a team leader overall, she is definitely a special part of the team. The next person I'd like to highlight and the team is Alicia Sweden, who is head of business analysis. So the business analysis team develops, implements, and maintains enterprise software applications to support district-wide data and system needs. After that, I would like to highlight Chanda Nadal, who is our Director of Fiscal Operations. So the Fiscal Operation team manages E-rate compliance and purchasing for district technology, including infrastructure and devices for digital curriculum, oversees the IT budget, capital purchases, and the district's software budget. Then, representing the Information Security team, we have our Senior Director, Mr. Russell Holmes. The Information Security team ensures the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of district data and systems by implementing and managing comprehensive cybersecurity measures, including vulnerability remediation, endpoint protection, access control, security audits, training, disaster recovery, collaboration with law enforcement, and administration of security infrastructure and applications. Representing the infrastructure team, we have the Senior Director, Aaron Ross. So the infrastructure team strives to maintain a stable, reliable, and cost-effective technology infrastructure for the district, including network management, system upgrades, user account administration, one-to-one support, device planning and purchasing, and data center administration encompassing servers, storage, backups, and disaster recovery. We have our project management office that is led by Sharman Ashraf. So the project management office standardizes project management processes and technologies, assists leadership in resource allocation and scheduling to achieve district goals. They also provide project guidance and governance to ensure alignment with district objectives. We have our SAP Business Systems team, which is led by Ms. Amy Abner. The SAP Business Analyst team provides system administration, including database management, security, and technical support for the district primary and secondary business systems, including SAP. It also advises on software procurement and implementation of enhanced learning and implementation to enhance district learning and district efficiency. And last but definitely not least, led by Ms. Tina Weems, we have the Student Information Systems team, which provides comprehensive support for the Student Information System Skyward and other related systems, including configuration, maintenance, development, data exports, portal administration for over 400,000 users, and critical state reporting for funding. So those are some of the team members and what they do. On this slide, we are going to highlight the key areas of focus that are essential for our strategic initiatives. The 4 pillars, devices, AI, data, and systems, represent the core components driving our innovation and operational efficiency. Devices are the tangible tools that empower users, while AI enhances our capabilities through intelligent automation and insights. Data serves as the foundation for informed decision-making, enabling us to leverage analytics for better outcomes. Lastly, systems encompasses the integrated frameworks that connect these elements, ensuring seamless collaboration and functionality. Together, these areas form a comprehensive approach for IT to achieving our departmental goals and the district's vision, mission, and strategic plan. Orange County Public Schools has updated its device purchasing strategy for student laptops. Historically, devices were purchased outright under a contract from our vendor partner, which we renewed in 2020. The current contract allows for both purchasing and leasing options. We are transitioning to a lease model due to challenges identified in the current purchase model. The lease model will help us effectively address these challenges. Our one-to-one program began scaling to all schools in 2015 with a major refresh in 2020 through 2022, in part using ESSER funds. Many of those devices will soon be 4 years old. The device purchasing model requires replacing many devices at once, impacting the budget. Leasing spreads costs evenly, making budgeting more predictable. The OCPS device process also involves vendor collaboration, device imaging, etching, and delivery to schools. The lease model allows a continuation of these practices, including asset management and repair coordination with our current repair vendor. Our current repair process faces challenges due to part availability, vendor priorities, and the need for constant forecasting. The lease model with an extended warranty can ensure timely repairs and parts availability at no extra cost. Enhanced repair efficiency is achieved through an additional warranty, and improved long-term planning is facilitated by the lease model. Switching to a lease model will offer the district predictable costs, operational consistency, enhanced repair efficiency, and improve long-term planning. This transition will help OCPS manage technology resources more effectively, reducing repair timelines and providing a better experience for our students and schools. The transition to a lease model for student devices will also alter the associated repair process. In our current model that we use this year, when a device needs repair, we have potentially device fees to either replace a device, and we may have disciplinary consequences for devices that are willfully and maliciously damaged. We have a repair budget that was allocated to schools, providing what we call credits, which is equivalent to 5% of their student enrollment. These credits cover repairs for devices experiencing normal wear and tear or performance issues without incurring any fees for students or schools. Underneath our new model, the lease agreement will include an extended warranty for devices purchased within the last 2 years and all newly acquired leased devices. This warranty expands the available repair credit pool for schools. The ITS team is developing a tiered credit allocation system to replace the previous 5% flat rate. This tiered model will consider the varying repair needs of different grade levels, and the goal is to provide a more flexible repair process, ensuring that devices damaged through normal use can be repaired without incurring any fees. Next, we will discuss steps the ITS team and district are taking within the area of artificial intelligence. The information technology team, in collaboration with key department stakeholders, is actively pursuing the strategic deployment and integration of artificial intelligence, or AI, to enhance productivity throughout the school district. There is an AI working group, departmental early adopters of AI, and training that has been offered for school staff interested in AI. An established AI working group, initiated at the start of the academic year, has provided crucial guidance on AI implementation considerations. Aligning with the district's newly adopted 5-year strategic plan, which serves as a benchmark for measuring AI initiatives, the ITS team is ensuring all AI-related projects directly support and advance the district's overarching goals. The AI working group has organized its recommendations by areas of focus, advising that OCPS should concentrate on creating an in-house AI tool tailored to organizational, administrative, and academic needs. Leveraging our own data guarantees that the solution and outcomes will align with OCPS's goals. The ITS team is also working with other departments and outside vendors to ensure that training addresses not only the use of AI tools, but also the behavioral changes required for success. There is a focus on how the training can lead to meaningful improvements in student outcomes and administrative efficiency. Microsoft, Google, Conmigo, and Adobe Firefly have each affirmed the implementation of appropriate data protection measures for Orange County Public Schools information. Specifically, Microsoft and Google, through their AI tools, guarantee secure handling of district data when access to an OCPS provided account. Conmigo's AI, which is from Khan Academy, their tool incorporates data privacy safeguards for user inputs, and Adobe Firefly offers protected text-to-image generation capabilities suitable for teacher, student, and staff use. Teacher overwork is an issue frequently discussed in board meetings. AI can play a role in helping with this issue. For instance, an AI tutoring tool can alleviate the burden on teachers and parents by providing students with on-demand, expert assistance in various subjects. This approach can free up teacher time, reduce student stress, and ensure that learning support is always available. Identifying and automating specific administrative tasks that align with AI strengths, such as data analysis and report generation, can streamline operations and free up staff time for more critical activities. Prioritizing the automation of routine business processes, including document processing and data entry, can further enhance efficiency. Implementing AI tools to provide student feedback while ensuring teachers remain actively involved in reviewing and interpreting this feedback can enhance the learning experience. Additionally, investing in research to bridge the gap in AI tutors' emotional intelligence and understanding of students' misconceptions will be crucial. We are also strengthening the foundation of OCPS through strategic data governance. This is essential in ensuring every decision we make is informed, effective, and ultimately benefits our students. We are moving towards a proactive, collaborative, and integrated approach to managing our data assets. Effective data governance is crucial for informed decision-making, operational efficiency, and most importantly, student success. This ensures data is not siloed but accessible, reliable, and secure for all authorized users. The Data Governance Committee has been established with representatives from each division to implement procedures, ensure regulatory compliance, define data ownership, and resolve data-related issues. The committee is currently working on creating a business glossary and data catalog. A business glossary provides definitions of business terms, promoting clarity and consistency across the organization. It helps ensure that everyone uses the same terminology and understands the meaning of key terms in the same way. This is crucial for accurate communication and reporting. On the other hand, a data catalog is an organized inventory of data assets within the organization. It is used to help manage data, make it easier to discover, access, and understand. Both tools work together to enhance data governance and support data literacy initiatives. In addition to their work on the glossary and catalog, the committee is also updating data distribution processes to streamline efforts and reduce risks while doing data delivery. Also, supporting data availability, we have launched a data transformation project to create a centralized, robust data center for OCPS. The ultimate goal is to create a one-stop shop for dashboards and reports, providing actionable data insights to teachers, school leaders, and district administrators. This initiative will place relevant data at the fingertips of those who need it most by implementing a seamless and efficient system that meets both current and future needs. The OCPS Data Center will be the one-stop shop for OCPS dashboards and reports. Upon logging in, a quick facts dashboard will be displayed on the home page, providing an overview of high-level OCPS information. It will show up-to-date statistics on the district, including the number of students and the number of schools at each level. The analytics section of the OCPS Data Center will bring together dashboards and reports from various systems across OCPS, including the newly developed Insights dashboards. These dashboards will provide a consistent view of data from the teacher level all the way up to the district level. This ensures we are comparing apples to apples when it comes to using data to improve student outcomes. I'll provide more information about this dashboard on the next slide. The Dashboards and Reports section allows us to bring together new and existing items from various platforms across OCPS to create a unified experience for staff. Dashboards and reports currently hosted on separate platforms will be consolidated into the centralized data warehouse. Functionality of the OCPS Data Center also includes the ability for users to favorite their frequently used reports. Once favorited, these will display on the user's homepage for easy access. The Teacher Insight Dashboard enhances the ability for teachers to monitor and support student progress effectively, making it a valuable tool for improving educational outcomes. The team has begun development of this dashboard with a focus on student demographics and test scores. Plans to add additional data are underway. Additional planned data elements include attendance, grades, discipline, and additional assessment data. A focus group will be established to obtain feedback and expand upon the dashboards. The Ask a Question About Your Data feature on the dashboard allows users to interact with the data in a more intuitive and dynamic way. This feature enables users to ask natural language questions about the data displayed on the dashboard and receive answers or insights based on the data. So today's discussion centered on 4 key pillars: devices, AI, data, and systems, all of which directly support the district's strategic plan and overarching goals. We are streamlining device management and the fee structure through the implementation of a leasing model. Concurrently, we're developing AI and data systems coupled with a robust support mechanism to enhance school efficiency. These initiatives are underpinned by comprehensive system projects designed to securely store, provide, display, and protect our data, while also optimizing operational processes for staff and students. While time constraints precludes an in-depth exploration of all our systems and security measures, please be assured they constitute a critical component of our strategic focus. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'll turn things back over to the superintendent and the board for any comments or questions.
Thanks, Maurice. This was very informative. Members of the board, I just want to highlight the area around data governance and the systems. You know, we heard from our teachers the amount of time they were spending, trying to gather data that, the administrators were looking for in order to monitor student progress and make sure the schools and classrooms had the supports that they need. So some of the work that's been done around the data systems here is going to directly help our teachers on top of what their administrators are getting to be able to really look at their own data and help give them back some time. Additionally, data governance has been lax in the, and I'm going to say lax is a kind way of saying it, for the last several years. And I want to commend Maurice for, taking that on. It is a massive project for a district our size, and all the departments not always being on the same page as it relates to data and not understanding why we needed to have data governance. And so I'm very pleased with the direction the department is going. The team is phenomenal. They have really been of great support to our district. And I will now turn it over to the board for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Superintendent. The first up is Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, thank you for this presentation, and I appreciate all the hard work that you and your staff do on a daily basis. I know it can't be easy with everything going on in the IT world now with, cybersecurity and AI and keeping up with all the new nuances that feels like changing every day. So a couple of things I want to talk about. I know the AI, we were actually, when we went to the day in the legislature up with FSBA, they were simultaneously having an IT conference downstairs from where we were. And I went to it for a little bit, and Commissioner Diaz was speaking, Dr. Burns was there, and they were talking all about the AI and how it's going to be implemented with our teachers and all the good things it could do, not just for our teachers, but for our students when used appropriately. And then when we were at CASBA, there was tons of AI classes that we went to, and I think I went to 3 of them. And it was just really interesting to hear as board members how we can use them to make our job easier, how administration can use them to make their job easier. For example, I sent John my model policy on AI in schools, and John's like, where'd you get it? And I'm like, well, I got it off AI. I put in some parameters, it spit out a policy, and I sent it to him. At the same time, I generated a PowerPoint around that AI policy that I could present, and it happened with 2, 3, 4 clicks. Like, it was just amazing. I took our enrollment PDF that we got from the beginning of the school year, which had the contrast of last year versus this year enrollment. I threw it in ChatGPT and I said, show me the enrollment trends based on this document for the next 5 years. And it spit out all of those trends. Like, it was just, I'm in love with AI, and just, I think the uses that it will help for all of us to do our jobs more efficiently, more effectively. What the teachers could use it for to really reduce the amount of time on some of the stuff that they do in their classroom. So I'm one of those that is super excited about the future and what AI holds and how it could simplify education in a good way. We're just going to need to, I think, not work in silos and ensure that we have the mechanisms in place, because there will be some fraud, there will be some deep fakes, all of those things will happen, so we've just got to have those parameters in place. So my question is really about the devices. So how much will going to a lease save us, like in the repairs and the parts, versus the model that we're using now?
So right now, on average, the average damage that we see is to either the screen or to the keyboard casing of the device. And on average right now, that's coming in around $200, $250 for a device that gets damaged. So the incorporation of the warranty into the lease, one, that is not the cost of the warranty that we have overall. So we're seeing savings there. The second piece is that when we are trying to repair older devices, we don't have any kind of control, because we don't have any contract that provides any kind of predictability to the provider to say that we're going to need these parts. What that ends up meaning is that we either have to try to forecast and buy parts ahead of time, or we have a delay in parts because parts will be provided to other partners that have a warranty, an extended warranty. So we end up seeing a delay sometimes in the repair of our devices. So one, the cost will be driven down, because overall the average cost of repair is less than the cost of adding the extended warranty. And two, we're going to see efficiencies in the improvement of the devices being returned back to us, because now we have priority access to parts based on having inside of our contract an extended warranty to have those devices returned to us.
So what is the cost savings expected?
The initial cost savings will be in the repair area. So while our repairs will not, the lease does not impact the amount of repairs that we're going to have done, but I will have to go back and get the exact. If we're looking at, let's say, X number of devices being damaged, and then coming back and comparing that to the cost of that outside of in just a purchase model, I'll get those numbers and come back to you. The initial spread that we get is that if you're looking at the pure cost of purchasing devices and then you compare that cost with the cost of the lease, we're coming out, the numbers are matching up, and the cost of purchasing devices does not include the cost of that we're spending right now for repair. So just in that match, we are seeing some savings there, but I'll get some numbers specific and share with you.
Great, thank you. And the reason that I'm asking is I've said it before, and I've had conversations with the superintendent, and I'm extremely concerned about the sustainability of continuing on with a one-to-one device for our students. I've been doing some research. I sent an article to Dr. Vasquez, and the research is really showing us that having a one-to-one device is not the secret sauce. It's not improving our student outcomes. If anything, there's research to really say the opposite, that some of the NAEP scores and maybe some of the gaps that we haven't been able to close is in large part due to the computer, because not every child can learn on a computer. And with the amount of money that it's costing the district, and with budgets going out this week that are tight, as a board, we're really going to have to start making some hard decisions, not just around devices, but in other areas, so that we can ensure that we have the highest quality resources available to our students. And after my trip to Atlanta and the couple of the conferences I've been to, I'm becoming increasingly supportive of people over programs. I've just seen so many cases where the district that got rid of all the programs and used all that money to push in people are seeing a much higher results academically and in closing some of those important gaps. And so I would like us to have a conversation about what that would look like if we pulled one-to-one devices out of our elementary schools. If we pulled one-to-one devices out of our middle schools, maybe it's something that we could pilot it, and maybe we just keep the devices for our high school students and allow them to have one-to-one, because it seems more developmentally appropriate than it does for our elementary and middle. So I think we need to do a little bit more research and find out what is the research telling us, and is the model that we currently have sustainable in the environment that we're in with the funding. Like, we're just not in a good place funding-wise, federally or here in the state. It's going to be a rough year, and so we've got to look at every avenue to make sure that we have the dollars that our teachers need for the classrooms, that we can provide raises to our teachers and educational paraprofessionals. So I would really like to have a more in-depth conversation about what it would look like, what it would save us if we really removed and went away from one-to-one devices. And if we just started in elementary school, I would be happy. But really getting away from those devices in elementary school and getting back to books and how we all learned when we were little. So those are my thoughts for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Member Douglas.
Yes, the questions that I have when I go to my school is the same question about the laptops and the sustainability of having laptops in the school or in the classroom. Children, break the laptop constantly. The cost is higher, right? They have constant problem with the laptop. So my teachers were telling me that they referred back to going into paper and pencils because of the number of breakage and with laptops and students not being able to use them consistently. So you bringing the leasing the laptop, I don't know, is that just like Member Gallo said, is that cost effective? Is it going to mitigate the cost? How helpful is it? How much money are we going to save as a school? In OCPS just doing this. I would like to see the numbers as well, just like she would like to see, and see how effective actually it is for us. And, just going back to paper and pencil, I don't think it's a bad thing, As far as AI is concerned, I just want to say that I'm very cautious. I love AI. I really do. I really do. But sometimes I'm wondering if those robots are not going to take over, you know? I mean, they know so much about us. You know, when you put something in, they actually keep your information. They know you. They know your brain. They know where you're going. It's almost scary to me. So I just would like to be cautious about AI. I want to learn more about AI and just let's see where we're going with AI. I just want to make sure that the robots work for us, not them working for, the opposite. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely understand. The slide that I showed that had Google, Microsoft, Conmigo, and Adobe Firefly, one of the reasons why we've targeted those specific AI tools is that the version of those tools that we're using, they specifically have in their language that they do not use any data entered into those tools to train the AI tool overall. So that has been a specific focus of mine and of the team to make sure that our data is not being used to just enhance their tool. So they're not going to know us. We're going to be able to take and use the resources, but we're making sure that we're paying key attention to how our data is used in any tool that it's being placed into. And then specific to the question around sustainability and availability. So within the lease component itself, the warranty covers up to 15% of our devices as far as being able to get those repair within the lease structure with no additional cost, no additional resources required from the district. So there's going to be efficiency, and it's going to with the cost of built into the model, it now is going to present a piece where there is going to be a number that we can look at and say, is this a sustainable number that we want to continue with? So I do think that it will make it more transparent in terms of not having purchases in one bucket, repair in one bucket, other things in another bucket. You'll have the complete number there to look at. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Member Farrant.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to start by discussing the OCPS data center. And so first off, I think this is incredible. I think just the way that we've been able, I don't even know how you guys do all this, okay? Like, I'm still trying to figure out how fax machines work. And this is just, to me, it's incredible. I've heard from so many teachers, even administrators and principals who were trying to dig up data. You're trying to figure it all out. It's just kind of all jumbled in there, and the amount of work it would take. So for this tool to be rolled out, I think is going to be very, very helpful from the teacher all the way up. And I would love to know, as a board member, maybe that's just something where we would discuss with the chief of high school or middle school, and then if we had a question regarding a specific school, is that something we can go in and look at, or is that something we should always go through like a chief?
So right now we're asking that you go through the chief or and the chief has the data in a manner that's easy for you to understand. We do provide the data to you when we get the FAST data, and you get to see that by school. Some of the data that we're talking about here really digs deep into the student level, which is not something the board, I mean, I would find it hard to understand why the board would need that level of data. So, but anything that you require, obviously can go through either Dr. Border, because his team also has been working on some reports, or through the appropriate chief.
Perfect. Okay, that sounds wonderful. But I do love that. I love just how it's bringing, like how you worded it, it brings everyone together from the different areas and puts them all beautifully in one simple sheet. Just to touch on AI, I also am a little cautious. I think it's awesome for using it in the terms of like data analysis and being able to gather things together. But I do think it will dumb us down if we're not really digging into something and like looking at it ourselves. And I think making sure that our students understand that if you're, trying to do research, really going through and, back in the day, we'd have to go to the library and pull the book and really dig through it and write down what our information was, and then create all of that ourselves. I know it's time consuming, but it does exercise our brain. And so when we're using AI start using it for everything, I think it will hinder our minds a bit. The device, I had the same exact question as the last two board members, which would be the how much. I would be all in favor of pulling away from a one-to-one device or if we do a one-to-one device, maybe in elementary and middle, they remain at the school and they don't go home. That would, I think a lot of the damage is done when it's thrown in the backpack and then you get home and you throw it on the floor and, your backpack on the floor and it's unintended damage. But when we're looking at those devices, maybe that's something we could look into where those devices would stay at school. They can use them, periodically or whenever the teacher deems they need to use that. But really getting back to the writing things down and pencil and paper. What I'm seeing too is a lot of students, the younger grades, their handwriting is getting worse and worse. Because they're not having to get that paper and pencil out, they're getting out their iPads or their laptops. And that's, that to me worries me. And so I want to make sure that we're really kind of focusing on exercising that part of their brain as well and, keeping that something that's at the forefront. So I would definitely be in favor of moving to more of if we want to keep it one-to-one, but they would stay at the school and not go home with them, I think would be great as well. Just my thoughts. And so whenever you have a chance, I think just the numbers on, how much it costs us. I'd like to see like the two different sides. How much does it cost to purchase? How much did all of that cost? How much were our repairs maybe the last year or last few years? And then what would it cost us to lease? And are there additional fees? Is there anything hidden there that we would, maybe see pop up in the future? I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. And just a couple of points. One, we did make a change this year in elementary to the default model. And by a change to default model, what I mean is that in previous years, our default model for elementary school is that in 2nd through 5th grade, the device went home. And this year we made a change so that the default model is that the device stays inside of the classroom. Now, we provided the flexibility for schools where if the administrator or the principal of the school wanted to have a model inside of their school that was mixed where they had some devices go home, that flexibility was there to them. We are in the beginning stages of examining the expansion of that model to potentially middle school. There are additional logistical pieces we need to work out. For example, in elementary school, there were structural pieces that were already in place. Specifically, each classroom already had a device cart. So there was storage already there that's worked out. And there are other pieces that we are going to look at, but overall, the direction of looking towards the potential expansion of devices defaulting to being in classroom in additional grades beyond grade level, that is an area that we are actively exploring.
Good. Thank you so much for that. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the comments that you made and based on Member Gallo's questions, I am guessing, though I don't know, that the cost of leasing is probably not substantially less than the cost of purchasing. And I know you're going to pull those numbers, so I appreciate that. And also, I just want to say I really appreciate you pulling this together, because I know that I had a lot of questions about AI and kind of where we were as a district, that piece in particular. So I just want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for putting this together, and thank you for presenting. Going back to some of Member Gallo's comments and Member Ferrant as well, because I know that leasing is still going to be expensive. I also support, not keeping the one-to-one devices in elementary school for sure. In fact, I am remembering back to 2018 when I stood right there and asked the board not to have devices in elementary school, that we didn't need one-to-one devices and to really focus on in-person learning in school. And one member in particular told me that he did not want to be swept into the dustbin of history. I will always remember that comment. But here we are. And I do not think that, so from a cost savings perspective and also just a learning perspective, support what everyone has said about pulling the one-to-one devices out of elementary and possibly middle school as well. I also think it's better learning for our students. I think they will have lighter backpacks, which I think is important and something we don't talk about, but our little 40-pound kids carrying around these heavy laptops in their backpack is probably not the best for their bodies and their posture. And also I want to also pick up on something Member Ferrant said that I completely agree with, which is, I'm hearing a lot just about the stamina of our students' ability just for handwriting. And if they have to handwrite a test, if they have to handwrite an essay, it's not that maybe they don't have the information in their brain, it's that they literally can't write for that long. And I think part of that is just our over-reliance on computers. They're not developing those fine motor skills that we developed in the past. So I think that is something worth considering as well. So kind of jumping from the device portion to the AI portion, I did have some questions with respect to that as well. On page 15, first of all, I think AI does have a lot of promise. I think there are a lot of really great things we can be doing. And I think at the high school level, that is a place where it makes sense to determine whether there is a place for that in our students' learning, and maybe it's tutoring. I would caution that AI should not, I think, ever be a replacement for teachers, but maybe that's something that students can access after school. And I've seen the power of it. I've seen just basic free AI, taking a snapshot of a physics problem and asking AI to help you come to a solution. And it's not just about finding the answer, but it's about going through those steps. And AI can do a really good job of showing how you arrived at that answer and sort of reteaching something that happened in the classroom. So again, something that students can use outside of the classroom, I think, is important. But I also think it's really important that we explain to our students what is cheating with AI and what is using it for an okay purpose. I don't think I think many students right now would just say using AI is cheating, and some other students just use it and don't care. But I think making that distinction of how we can use it for the right purpose is important for both our teachers and our students. And then the last piece that I wanted to comment on, when you're talking about data availability in general, and ways that our teachers can pull data, I would also like to see this available to our community so that, when they have questions about something in our district, that, I don't know if that they can find that. Like if they have a question about our budget or they have a question about how our schools are funded, that maybe we can use AI to provide information to them, or they can be a part of our AI community. Obviously, I don't know a lot about AI, so I'm probably using the wrong terms, but I think it can be a really powerful tool just for better communication and data availability for our students and our families and our community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think going backwards, starting first from the community aspect, I know that There have been internal discussions overall around organization display of data that is associated. The initial discussions were around the data and goals and metrics associated with our strategic plan, and I think that adding to those discussions some of the other key components, such as our budget, that's definitely a piece that I'll bring back and speak to some of the other teams about. You mentioned slide 15, and I want to apologize. I'm remiss because I don't believe I gave enough context on slide 15. So when the AI working group met, exactly what you're saying is exactly what they shared, which is this very strong belief and a key direction to the district that none of the experts that came, and we had representatives from different industries that came, and they were already using AI and they were further along than us, and they were incredibly clear to us that AI cannot replace a teacher. It just simply cannot. And even within the aspect where we see promise with AI, which is in helping with giving students some additional supports or tutoring, that's why I added the line there at the end where they said there is this gap right now where AI, for example, does not understand the emotional intelligence, or it does not have the emotional intelligence to understand what may be causing a child to have issues if there's something outside of that. So that piece where even with tutoring, no matter how you're using it, the teacher needs to be there and be able to provide input, be able to review anything that the student is interacting with, is a very key part of our use of AI. One of the tools that is available for teachers, for example, that we're looking at more, Conmigo, that I mentioned, it has components in there that includes students interacting with the AI that we're looking at. But one of the strong pieces that it also has is that the teacher gets to see that interaction. So I think that piece is a key part. The recommendations that were given here are areas that the committee said we could potentially look at, but overall, it is something to help enhance the staff member. It was very clear in all the discussions, this is in no way something that is seen or is being looked at as a replacement, even in small parts of any of the work and the talent and the resources that teachers provide and support they provide to our students.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can I just?
Yeah.
And just one, I have, and kind of going to what, and I think this is what you are saying, but I have seen AI, a great use of it, where the teacher can look in and see the students, let's say they're doing their homework at night, and all of the students are typing into the AI software, whatever the community, they can see what questions they asked. And so they could actually see, 6 students in this class asked the exact same question, or, and then they can tailor their teaching the next day to address that. So I feel like that is an excellent use of AI, something like that.
There are tools that provide that functionality, and tools that provide those kinds of support are the ones that we are examining and leaning towards over ones that are just standalone, use it by myself, and then I'm just producing something outside of it that was given to me by the AI, but I'm the only person that's seeing that interaction. Those are not. I'll take a step back and just basically say this, and it's the same with the one-to-one program and any of the other pieces that that I discuss here today, which is that all of these pieces, at their core, technology and technology use is not the goal. ITS, we are a support organization, and our mission, our goal, and our driver is to support the district's initiatives, the district's goals, and all those things are wrapped around education and educating our students and supporting our staff. And so we're going to make sure that any tool that we're implementing and any steps that we're taking are fine-tuned to support that. So if it may be a helpful tool, but if it's not supporting the district's goals, especially how we want teaching and learning to look, then we're going to re-examine it and re-examine how we're using it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm queued up next, and I just want to say that all of your responses here have really solidified my faith in your team and the research that you're doing around all of this. I feel like you are doing the necessary work, and your team is doing the necessary work to make sure that if we do implement, or when we do implement, that we're doing it correctly and in the best way for our students. So thank you for that assurance. Going back to the lease versus purchasing, I'm assuming that since you found that the upfront cost is pretty much the same, what you're saying where the benefit for us will be is in the repairs, because I seem to recall that was the big concern, was just the cost, the annual cost on all the repairs. So with there being warranty involved in the leasing, that's where our savings are going to come from. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We're not going to see a savings in the cost per device. So that's not being driven down. What's being driven down in the implementation of in the lease and the implementation of the warranty is now going to be that we're going to see additional savings because the extended warranty covers items that previously we would just have to pay. I mentioned, for example, a cracked screen or some of the other things that we saw. Some of our highest, some of the damages that have the highest recurrences, they will be covered underneath the extended warranty that we've already paid for, instead of us now having to individually pay for each of those occurrences when they occur. So that is where we are going to see some savings in that aspect, but I completely understand the board wanting to see the actual numbers associated with that.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any initial data? I realize we're not done with the school year, but do we have any initial impression as to savings we've seen at the elementary school this year with devices staying on campus as far as repairs?
The initial data that we have, which is, I mentioned before that we allocated what we are calling credits, which is basically equivalent to about 5% of the student population of the school. We allocated funds to cover 5% of the student population experiencing device damage at a cost of about $200 per repair. Based on that allocation, what we're seeing when we look at credit usage is that elementary, the damages have gone down. I think that's the most straightforward way of saying it. With the devices staying on site, we're seeing less damages at the elementary level.
Okay, good. And just to be clear, I 100% agree with my fellow board members. I am all in favor of lessening our usage in general of devices. And I've shared that with the superintendent. I think I've also sent her an article or two on that. But as an educator, especially an elementary educator, we're taught that, that's part of the whole process of learning is, not only the input, but them having to handwrite things out or do the output of that knowledge. And I'm afraid that so many of our younger kids especially are just missing that second piece. And I think that's the research that they're showing is that that's what the case is. It's too much coming in, and they're not having enough time to actually process that knowledge in a way other than, typing answers in a physical way, because the physical act of it also imprints it in the brain. And there's just so much research around it, brain-based research, that I think that it would do us, our children, the overall outcomes for our district, I think it would greatly benefit us to re-examine this. And I am all for it, definitely elementary. I have high school, I think Dr. Armbruster about this, I have two of my high school principals I was talking to last year at a football game tell me that they tell teachers, put the devices away. And the teachers are like, gladly. And, get the paper and pencil back out. And the kids are learning better. They're doing more of that. Many of them are doing it on their own. So I think it's definitely with all of the costs and the expenses and the research. I don't blame the previous boards and superintendents that felt like this was a good move, because at the time, I think that was where everybody was headed. But I think now, when we know better, we do better. And I think that research is showing that it's not necessarily the best way to move. And yes, these kids are going to be going out into the world, working on these devices. Everything is digital. They may not have to be handwriting much of anything when they're adults. That's all true. But they still have to learn with us from K through 12. And if we can make that learning more concrete and really implant it more through better learning practices, then, I think that's what we should be doing. So, because their knowledge on the devices is going to happen. It's not like we have to teach them how to use these devices, so really the content is more important. So I think there's better ways to deliver it. So I am all for that discussion, and I would, my question about that, though, is if we do decide to move away from a one-to-one model, and we do this lease contract or contract for leases, are we going to be tied in for like a certain amount of years to lease so many devices where we're going to be kind of stuck in this?
So the lease model that we have in place, we are tied in for the specific year we've leased the device. So, for example, this year that we've done the lease, and for the length of the lease, that's the tie-in we have. To answer your question specifically, do we have to do a new lease next year? No. It is a year-to-year consideration. The devices that we are leasing this year, our goal is to target our secondary schools and to replace devices in secondary with those devices. But it is not a new track where we are now tied in and must lease moving forward. No.
Madam Vice Chair, may I?
Yes.
Something for the board to keep in mind is that there is our assessments still at the state level still take place on devices. So there will always need to be a certain amount of devices that would be needed, as well as opportunities for practice, so that the first time they're working on a device isn't when they're taking the assessment.
Got it. Thank you. That's a good point, too. That's all for me. Member Felder.
Thank you, Chair. I, too, have share the same sentiments as some of my board members with regards to the AI. Early on, I still have my suspicion because I tried it about a year ago, and it said to me, "So, Vicki, I understand you're suspicious about AI. Let me help you change all of that." I'm like, oh my God, this thing talking to me. Oh, so I was like, no, but one of my concerns, and it's been expressed, but I just wanted to kind of share with because we're having so many budget cuts with maybe our elementary school children, and especially middle school, I believe that if we could just go back to the paper and pencil with our children, because many of our students that graduate from high school, they can't sign their name. They don't know how to write in cursive. And it's just, I don't know. They just don't know how to do any of that. So maybe we need to go back to that. However, having been a teacher and reading on page 15 how we can be freed up with so much of the tedious work, I do appreciate that about AI, and I appreciate all of the work. This is a wonderful presentation, Maurice, you and your team. We do appreciate the work. And for those of us who are not with all of that, you all make it look so good and so easy that we can kind of say, okay, maybe it's not that bad. But I do have some issues. And then two, because we are dealing with budget, again, we may have to just, again, I agree, maybe if we have to have computers for our children, yes, maybe it should be computers that stay at school, because the little babies, those computers are bigger than they are, and so taking on the little bags and, it's just more than a notion. It's probably going to end up being some health issues later in life for them. You mentioned about the student stress, the teacher stress, because a lot of teachers may not be computer literate. You know what I mean? Some of them may be having some issues with even trying to deal with computers and AI. So I'm hoping that patience come from your department, and principals also and administrators will be cognizant of that and patient with teachers who may not be excited about AI, may not really know how to use it. So they can be, work with them so that they can make the best use of whatever AI is trying to give them in terms of tools. And I'm glad to know that you agree AI should never, ever replace teachers, because you need the human touch. You need to have that. And again, I wonder, and you said you're going to let us know, so many of our students were having problems with the maintenance of the computers, which is costing us a lot of money. The superintendent said that we have schools in certain districts where we know parents cannot afford. They just can't. But we have to have the computer working. So that, too, may be something we can consider without people feeling like, why my school can't have computers? But we're just trying to make it all work out for everybody, because we don't have the money for students to keep, when they don't, I don't think they intentionally break them, but as Vanos, member Vanos, one of the members said that they may throw it on the floor and forget, and it gets damaged, okay? So I'm happy with that part, that we may need to not use that anymore, just, curtail some of that. And I just want to also say that I do like the idea, if the students can use AI, high school students, then the teacher can see that more than 2 students or 3 or 4 students are having a problem with this, and that can gauge the teacher's lesson plan. He will know exactly what to concentrate on. That can lead, it can, can aid with, instead of having some of the data talks they're having, but looking at that could help curtail some of that extra time that they need to use to asking students what it is that they don't understand. They can see it. So I'm not totally against. It reminds me of the Jetsons. People saw that we were, little kids. That's all this is, the Jetsons. And Rosie, I was in Atlanta at a national convention, and I went to a restaurant, and a robot bought me my food. I was messed up. I said, what is that? So this is bringing your food. He's just coming up. I said... But anyway, I mean, it was interesting, but I took pictures of it. It was coming to me with my food. But I think that we all are on the same page in terms of how we need to work with our budget, and at the same time keep our students and our schools actively participating in what technology has to offer us, because it is a good thing. We just have to use it correctly. My last point, I hope we have something in place so that AI would not be used for children, cheating. They need to learn, they need to know how to write an essay and not go to computer and say, I need a paper written like this. No, I need you to know how to do this. So we got to work out something in that regard, that they know how to actually write. And that's so important to me, and I think the board shares that same sentiment. But thank you for your work, Maurice, and your team. Thank you so much. It's so colorful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Points for style. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to, this first point is not really directly related to what you're doing, but I just wanted to make the point that testing hasn't always been on computers. And I think as other districts probably are reaching some of the same conclusions that we are, I mean, we can hopefully advocate as a state and in multiple districts that our elementary students should probably never be tested on computers if we actually want to know what the content they understand and what content they know. I even think when it comes down to testing, they should be tested on paper. And I know students who have eye issues, vision issues, attention issues, they can't even take the tests on computers, and some of them are having to do paper. And it's especially for at minimum our elementary kids, we're probably better off having testing on paper, and that's maybe something that we can work with other districts on. And just my last issue I forgot to ask when I was up last time was when you talk about this is going to AI, so we're moving to AI. When you talk about on page 12, the working group and OCPS concentrating on creating an in-house AI tools, what is the timeline on that?
So we're looking at the in-house component in different facets. So within the tools being available to teachers and students, and some of the tools that we talked about that give you those guardrails, but they're more readily developed. Some of those tools are available today, and where we're doing a training of the willing, where if they are interested, they can go and they can get training from mainly from our curriculum and digital learning team. We are also looking at integrating, and I'm not going to look back at the team because they've told me I cannot call it AI, but I will just call it some OCPS intelligence into our dashboards, where we will provide ability for folks to similar to AI, ask some natural language questions of the data that is available to them. I have begun discussions with some of our vendor partners, and I have scheduled discussions with the other chiefs to start really focusing on where, in line with the strategic plan and their department priorities, they would like to implement AI in a meaningful way. And the plan is to use that discussion to then create the timeline for the specific tool that can point to the objectives and the data that they would like to point to, and then to surface it back. So, for example, if it's a piece where where folks want to look at, let's say, purchases that are taking place, and they want to use AI with obvious safeguards and review to pull more data together and quickly understand trends with purchasing or trends around where dollars are being spent, that could be one potential area that we look at it. But the goal would be, and it's the approach that we're taking here is the same approach that I mentioned with devices and with everything else, is that it is not going to be technology for technology's sake, but is going to be the technology tool embedded within some district or departmental goal. So the timeline for that piece is really going to depend upon when we have those discussions, and they're obviously scheduled within the next two weeks. When we have those discussions with the teams on what they would like to do, then mapping from there and seeing, based upon the amount they're looking at, what can be the timeline.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So is it possible that we could see some of these implemented in our schools in kind of an organized way, like next year or the year after, or?
Some of the teacher tools that we are looking at are teacher tools that we have made available, that there's been some initial training, but there is going to be greater work and greater scale to make them available starting next year for teachers to use. Then this would be some of the more classroom-facing tools that teachers and students can use. But I know that there's a lot of discussions and there is a lot of planning that's going on right now to make sure that the rollout of those resources are appropriate and that the supports that I'm sure that teachers will need to make sure that they understand those tools are going to be in place. But there's a target for some of the tools to be in place as early as start of school next year for teachers to use. Yes.
Okay. And just for maybe some of the student resources, or just again for their understanding of how to use AI, because I understand that we're trying to control the implementation of AI, but not everything is in our control, right? So, unfortunately. So maybe I'm just wondering if maybe there could be some education to our high, and again, I'm not looking in elementary and middle. I think we can just focus on our high schools for this, but maybe there could be some education for our students next year, and training again. And I know multiple board members have said this, but I just kind of want to put a time on it because AI isn't slowing down, and maybe we don't feel ready to have all the answers. But I think we do need to provide our teachers and students some additional direction on how we can use it in some kind of policy, honestly, by I don't know, as soon as possible.
So within, for example, the Code of Conduct, we have already worked with the team that was here to start adding language within the Code of Conduct that specifically addresses AI on the student side, and to start putting some guidelines around the appropriate use of AI in line with whether it is the Florida standards or in line with the district curriculum. So we started adding those languages there. We are also heavily working on the pieces around what can some of the resources that we have, and it's a discussion I've started with the team where we're looking at some of the resources we have around data management overall, and then looking to see how we can add in language that's specific to AI around those resources and those tools, and and then plan around how we can share those with teachers. Because I'm on the same page and in complete agreement with you that we are at the point where we need to do more communication to schools, to teachers, and to students around AI. I will just be very upfront about my, and this is my personal, is a personal viewpoint that I have that I've been very open with the team about, and I am definitely listening and learning as we go through it. I've done a lot of research at the policy level where other districts have gone through and they have at the policy level tried to address AI. And what I've seen at the policy level is there's a lot of don't do this, don't do that. And there are a couple challenges that are run into. One of the challenges that's run into is that the policy process itself is around a 6-month process if things go well. To give you an example of that 6-month process, how that translates in the world of AI, I believe I spoke to one district, they said when they started the process, ChatGPT, the initial version of it first came out, that can only do text. And so they wrote a policy around the AI, and they're not using it in terms of text. By the time their policy process completed, ChatGPT could do voice and it could do images, and they were working on video. So suddenly they had a policy that was trying to address components with AI that by the time the policy process was done, there were things that AI could do that didn't even exist when they started that process. So I think there are components there that we would have to just look at. And in some of the other policies that I've read, I think part of the challenge that I've had with some of the other policies is that when they point out the things not to do with AI, they're not things that were allowed using other tools. they're just specifically pointing out, like, for example, it was that there was nowhere in their policy that allowed students to cheat, but they added language, don't cheat with AI, or there was nothing that allowed the students to do these other tools, but they just added with AI to all of them. And I think if we're going to go through the process, we want to make sure that it's substantive and the direction we're giving at a policy level is substantive rather than just adding with AI to existing resources or existing guidance that we've provided.
Thank you. That was so well said and makes so much sense to me. I guess I'm going to delete what I asked before, and I'm just going to say maybe it's just more of education to teachers and students. And I think that's just the main piece. Thank you for that answer.
Thank you, Member Vanish. Just good points. And I think definitely for teachers, because I think there's a lot of teachers that just, a lot of adults, a lot of us that just don't understand how it all works. So I think it would be valuable for sure. The superintendent queued in.
Thank you. Just a comment around the tools. And so while some of them are in-house and our team has been working on integrating AI into some of the areas, funding is going to have a huge impact on that. As we are currently looking at cutting back on programs, we probably are not going to be able to accelerate in some of the areas that we wanted to. We've been piloting a program that we've used with transportation, I believe, and we're now getting ready to expand it to the superintendent's inbox that basically uses AI to help customers, to help us answer questions for parents in a much faster, accurate manner. For transportation, they love it. They're also able to get data from that has helped them improve their processes. The real test will be what happens over the summer and at the start of the school year when the angst is the greatest. And so that's a tool that we're looking at that could be laid over all of the divisions, including the division of learning when parents are calling the different schools or the different cadres. And so those would probably take priority as we're trying to maximize any available dollars. But even with that, there's no guarantee that we're going to be able to purchase some of the tools that we originally thought were going to be able to enhance the classroom experience and help our teachers. And I do think the education piece is huge because there are, and I love Board Member Gallo, she loves AI. Maurice does a phenomenal job for cabinet. When I push out information, I call it his AI magic, and then he sends us a link with presentations, audio, so that we just have to summarize. And one of the latest ones did not accurately depict what was portrayed. It made it sound like, oh, all this money is available when it really wasn't. And so that caveat that you always have to verify. And I think that's the piece that gives me the greatest angst, because when we even have our teachers that are using tools, you have to trust but verify. And I think that we have to be cognizant that that may not be something that everyone does, and we have to be prepared to deal with the consequences of not checking, not verifying. And very happily, we have not had that experience yet, or at least not to my knowledge. But I do know in other districts there has been fallout because of the use of AI and not fact checking. So I'd love to be able to tell you we're going to be able to roll out all these great tools that is going to make life so much easier for both our students and our teachers. The reality is that every penny that we are looking at for next year is being highly scrutinized.
On that bright note, if there is nothing else for the board, I am going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you again, Maurice and your team. Thank you.